Okay. So we've got the Sunday live stream. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback. If you can see and hear all of the screens. There's just one person at the moment. So we've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. There's just one person at the moment. So we've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. So we've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. So we've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. So we've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. So we've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. So if anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. So we've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. If you can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. So we've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream there as well. I don't know if that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me some feedback until somebody arrives. You can see and hear all of the screens. Otherwise, I don't know if it's working. If anyone can see and hear the screen okay, let me know. One person at the moment. Okay, that's the live space. Got the research. We've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. We've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. We've got the Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. I don't know that's me. If anyone's watching, please give me your feedback. So somebody arrives, you can see and hear all of the screen. If anyone can see and hear everything okay, let me know. I'm talking at the moment. Sunday live stream. Right, there's four people watching. Please give me some feedback. Please give me some feedback. Can you see and hear the screen? I need to get this done by 2 p.m, please. Hello? Can you see and hear me okay? Oh, for fuck's sake. Never mind. I don't know. Right. There's two of us watching. There's me and somebody else. So can you please give me some feedback, please? If you can see and hear the screen. Right, okay. Can't be bothered. Fair enough. Thank you so much for all your help and your enthusiasm. Brilliant. Don't know why I bother. Right, thank you very much, Pauline. I do appreciate it. You're the first person to offer some feedback. It's very kind of you. Thank you. So that will set us up hopefully for 2 o'clock. I might flit in and out, but from 2 p.m. onwards, Pauline, we'll be doing the stream here. So you can see all of the screens okay as I move to the different screens. And you can hear me okay, which I hope. We've got a goal from Heerenveen. Now, Ajax have been in such good form, we might get a possible play out of this. So that could interest me, that one. Just making a couple of quid on the GGs. So get the Heerenveen match up. And I'm going to make myself a drink, Pauline. So it's just me and you at the moment. So there's a Heerenveen Ajax match. I think this could be a good opportunity for Ajax. So I'm going to lay over 1.5 goals to cover the 1-0. They might make it 2-0. They've been in decent enough form, but I quite like Ajax this season. Unbeaten, I think, in 12 matches now, and there's a bit of a gap, 12-second delay. Ajax +1 could be, well, we'll have a look. I'm happy with that. It's a bit shorter than Coventry's odds were earlier on. Getafe already 2-0 up. Greuther Fürth 1-1 against Hertha Berlin. So I'm going to have a go with the Ajax match. YouTube live stream is on now. If you want to come along, please leave me your feedback, as Pauline has done, which is very kind of her. Ajax have conceded first against Heerenveen. Now they're not rock hard favourites here, but they're having such a good season. I've laid over 1.5 goals to cover that 1-0 for Heerenveen, and I've backed Ajax in the Ajax +1 market. But as with Coventry match, you do have the option of going into the match odds market here. With the match odds market, you're getting 3.35 about Ajax if you want to back them, and I would recommend you also lay Heerenveen at 2.16. Ajax 1.75 pre-match favourites. That's great. Hi, Bosun. So it's 8 people watching now. Thanks, Pauline, for your feedback, and I hope everything's okay, Bosun. You can see and hear the screen okay. You were here yesterday, so I'm sure this is right. Hopefully this will be the solution to our live stream problems, and we can carry on through, and you can join the chat like this. So I wonder if we can get the chat separated so I can be on hand to view it. Pop out chat, there we go. So I've got the pop out chat, so hopefully I can keep tabs on what you're saying. And if there are any problems, I'd be grateful if you could put them all in the chat there. I'm just going to make myself a drink. Thank you very much, Bosun. I do appreciate your feedback. Hope you got on the Coventry match earlier on. Keep scoring second half goals. Where did I get the details from? Look no further than the deep dive spreadsheet, which you'll find in the research section. Getafe and Celta Vigo, no draw in 6 at home. Well, it's 2-0 for Getafe. Heerenveen and Ajax, 3 score draws in the last 4 for Heerenveen. No 0-0 at half time at home for Heerenveen. They have scored already. Potential banker for Ajax. Just the season they're having. The second half of the season has been emphatic. 4 consecutive away wins for Ajax. No defeat in 12, scoring in the last 15. That's why I've decided to have a go there. So get the deep dive spreadsheet up and running. I'm just going to go and make myself a drink before it all kicks off at 2 p.m. But what I'll do, I'll leave you with the in-play stats feed that you can view. The matches in blue are the matches that I'm targeting at the moment. Utrecht have scored first against Fortuna Sittard. That's not really a surprise either. So let's work our way. Well, we've got Kofisias, newly promoted side, but 2.5 the favourite. They've given us a chance today. and that's the only real matches of interest at this moment. So just allow me to go get myself a drink, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of the in-play stats feed. As you can see, Le Havre hitting 102 in the attack pressure index right at the end of the match. If you wanted to lay Rennes at very, very short odds, off you go. See you in a couple of minutes. Right, the drink is just being readied, so I'll be on my way soon. Look at VfL Osnabrück in the German Bundesliga 2. 3 shots on 11 off and 5 corners, 58 minutes in. A lot of draws though, you have to just check whether they're nil-nils. They've had a couple of nil-nils recently, Osnabrück. I don't like the nil-nil factor, but certainly the in-play stats are good. Make sure some of them are second half, well, all of them second half. So really good reaction, shots on target for Osnabrück. Ajax starting to warm up nicely, having the second half season of their life. They pretty much sport all of their chances in the first half of the season. Where's the chat gone? There we go. So I'll keep the chat up, and I'll see you just in a sec. I'm just waiting for the drink to warm up in the microwave. So see you very soon. Just in time for the 2 o'clock. So you can see the attacking pressure index is lighting up for Ajax, for Osnabrück and for Le Havre, but likely Le Havre are going to run out of time. Okay, so bang on the button, 2 o'clock. I'm back. Hopefully we'll get some attendees. Yeah, 12 people watching. We've got a chat facility as well, so I'll get that one up and running. Thank you very much, Gordon, for your feedback. Ajax are playing Bodo Glimt on the 15th in the Conference League, says Ashley. Could they be vulnerable? We saw Leipzig yesterday, and Eintracht Frankfurt yesterday, and Bayern Munich yesterday, all involved in European club competition. Well, nice to see you here, Robert. So please feel free to use the chat, and if there are any problems with this stream, we will be going directly to footballtradingprofits.club to the live space in the members section, and I will do a live stream there. That's only if this one cocks up. I don't know if there's time limits to this live stream. I'm sure there isn't, because YouTube welcomes the audience, and this could be a really great addition. Nantes have scored first against Toulouse. Molenbeek gettable today because they're newly promoted, but they're already 4-0 down to Antwerp. Man City and Wolves is 3-3. Man City under 21s, that is. You might want to look at laying the very late draw there. So off I went to get my drink, and it overflowed into the microwave, so I'm left with not much, which is a pity. So let's have a quick look at the matches which have caught the eye early on. As you can see, Ajax. So for all your concern about their Conference League, they're looking in pretty decent nick already, aren't they? 86 attacking pressure index, 3 shots on, 2 off and no corners. Don't forget the deep dive spreadsheet, which will point out potential banker for me for Ajax. 4 consecutive away wins, no defeat in 12, scoring in the last 15. That's pretty good stuff, isn't it? I liked Utrecht today, but they've already scored first. They're unbeaten since the 22nd of October, which is amazing. But they've got a bit of the old Udinese's about them. Far too many draws. 6-1-0 defeats away at home for Fortuna Sittard. So they might keep things very, very tight. Might keep Utrecht honest. Utrecht scoring in the 21st minute there. Utrecht are unbeaten since the 22nd of October. If I said that again, yeah. So that's the deep dive spreadsheet for you. And the great thing about the deep dive spreadsheet, you can limit your choice of matches to matches with really strong angles in them. As you can see, there's only a handful. I like to look at in-play stats as my first port of call, with all of the other matches, of course. You can see Holstein Kiel against Schalke having an awful season. Schalke, unlikely they'll be joining Werder Bremen back in the Bundesliga. Osnabrück and Hansa Rostock, Bundesliga 2. A couple of 0-0s recently for Osnabrück as part of those 4 draws. Just leaves me a little lukewarm about wanting to lay the late draw there. West Ham and Arsenal, as you know very well, it's a London derby. So you've got to tread warily. Arsenal are in the Champions League, but not until the 21st of February. They are, I think, away at Porto. West Ham, well, they're a tough nut to crack usually. I would normally look at the match, but unlikely we'll have copyright issues if I look at the match while I'm doing this live chat. But as you can see, it's just about kicking off. Kifisias, newly promoted, have tended to be gettable. Bologna have just scored first against Lecce, so let's have a look at what this match says. 13 out of 18 goals scored at home have come second half for Bologna. 11 out of 16 goals conceded away have come second half. 4 consecutive away losses for Lecce. Bologna are unbeaten at home against fourth and lower. So what we really wanted there was for Lecce to score first before half time. That would have been the absolute ideal to fit in perfectly with these stats, but that's not going to be the case at the moment. Monza and Verona, no draw in 5 at home for Monza. Verona, 8 out of 9 goals scored away have come second half, and Monza have just scored. There we go. 8 out of 9 goals scored away have come second half for Verona. They have scored and conceded in 5 of the last 8 away matches. 4 consecutive away losses for Verona, so not a good start. Monza opening the scoring there. Again, that's not quite in keeping with what I would have liked in the match as far as readability or the ability to get a trade out of the match. So let's look at some of these others. We've already got Ajax looking quite good. 3 shots on, 2 off already. In the form of their life second half of the season. Really solid side. Hopefully reliable today. But as has been warned, they are in the Europa Conference League. Monza goal has been disallowed, I believe. So I've cleaned out In-Play Guru today. Get rid of all those peripheral stuff. And I'm going to continue doing that with the likes of Morocco. So I'll just get rid of that. Don't really want to be getting involved, and I'm going to try to get this chat keep going. So Robert's watching the match. I don't know if I can, is there a way I can pin this? I don't think I can pin it. That would be excellent if I could, but I'll try to remember, because when I'm working like this, so if I've got it on, got the stats feed up, I can have the chat feed up as well. Let me just get a bit more comfortable. Right. you'll get them here in the My Games facility now, and will be alerted every time there is a goal. So let me get back to the in-play stats feed and also to the chat. No sound. Okay. Right, sound gone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You can hear me now. That's excellent. I don't know what happened. Apologies for that. But thank you very much. Brilliant. As you know, this is all going to be completely new to me. So there's going to be some wobbles along the way. Thank you very much, Trevor. Thank you very much, everybody else. So I'm going to just put the chat down so we can have a look at the in-play stats. I don't know what happened. I must have pressed the mute button by accident. So let's do a little catch up. We had the red card for Tenerife, so if you did lay the draw there, and I should have really told you to, hopefully you played there. Wolfsberger still look like they could equalise, don't they? But they're not the favourite. Heerenveen, I'm just going to look at that goal because it's not showing. So let's have a look. Heerenveen at Ajax. No, it looks like from open play. Now, I wouldn't be panicking just yet. Your main out, I think, will be a 2-1 if Ajax continue their scoring record. If they can get that goal before half-time, well, it's looking unlikely. But those of you who didn't play initially, you could top up second half at these kind of odds. So let's have a look at that particular match. So you have to give me some time. There we go. So let me top up here. I'm not going to be panicking too much. You could cash out if you wanted, but you'll only be making £17 back. If you fancy that, it's up to you completely. But Ajax have scored. It is pre-European club competition, but that should not affect them. So this is an ideal opportunity to just top up with a little bit more. So something like this. And if we are to lose, you'll know the reason why. It's pre-European club competition. But I wouldn't be rating the Conference League too highly myself, as far as, for example, if Ajax were in the Champions League, that would be completely different. So that's the kind of thing I like to look for, is to try to get about 100 quid plus on Ajax, because if they could make it 1-2 very quickly, we'll be up and running. So hopefully Ajax will continue their goal scoring. They weren't exactly strong favourites today, so we'll be looking forward to that second half. West Ham and Arsenal. Well, Arsenal are starting to motor a little bit. 19 minutes in. It is a London derby, as you know, and because of the London derby element, there's a possibility that we could get an unexpected result. But it's not pre-Champions League. Arsenal really must win, with Manchester City and Liverpool winning yesterday. Toulouse are starting to motor. They conceded first against Nantes. They are odds-on favourite today. But what I need to do with Toulouse is to just check the research, because they have been a little hit and miss, to be perfectly honest, this season. So let me get soccer stats up. Soccer stats. Best way to use soccer stats is here, Microsoft Edge. It's just because you get all sorts of pop-ups coming up here. This is a lot easier. So let's have a look at the Toulouse match against Nantes. These mid-table mediocrity sides are very tough to trust, particularly if you haven't done the research as well. So coming into this match, as you can see, they are all over the shop. Awful. Losing recently to Lens Monaco. We have to put it into context as well. It might be the fact that they're playing better sides, but they've had a decent run of 2 away wins, which might give them some hope. But they are playing a Nantes side who've only had the 1 win since the 28th of October, and that was 1-0 only. They've failed to score in 4 of the last 5 matches, Nantes, so that opens up the idea, will they really score a second goal? So both sides, you can argue, not in the best winning form, although Toulouse are starting to win away from home. Working our way down, no win in 6 at home, it's poor stuff, but no win in 5 away for Nantes. Looking at the stats, work our way down. 12th against 14th, so it's really poor stuff, isn't it? But Toulouse did beat Nantes 1-2 the last time these two met. They have started to win, albeit only 4 matches all season, but the majority of them are starting to come against 14th and lower. But these two don't look that readable, do they? But Toulouse have only lost 1 match. If we're looking at it positively, they've only lost 1 match at home against 8th and lower. So while I'm doing this again, I'll just have the chat up in case you're speaking. If you know how I can pin this, it would be excellent, because that way I could have it up continuously. But I don't know how to pin it. I'm brand new to all of this. Okay. So not the best pair of sides, are they? So we'll have to look at the in-play stats, and we have to take what the market says into consideration. And the market says they quite fancy Toulouse here today. Let's have a look at the scoring patterns. Again, it's woeful stuff, isn't it? 6 goals only away from home for Nantes. 4 of them have come right at the beginning of the second half. And for Toulouse, well, they're 50-50 first and second half. That's a positive, I suppose. 11 out of 16 goals conceded away from home from Nantes have come second half. So our general conclusion there is we have to really pay attention to the in-play stats. 2.05 pre-match favourites, not red hot at all. But if you wanted to play, I'll take you through your options. Let's hope Ajax turn up second half. This is the simulation mode, so we can take you through your options if you fancy to play here. The only real angle would be Nantes failing to score in 4 of the last 5 really matches. Will they really score a second goal? So if you are with that, as ever, lay over 1.5 goals with the stake that you want to use for your other bet. Backer's stake if you're using Betfair. I'm using Fairbot, and I would recommend, if you do football trading or any kind of trading, do please use some software. I wouldn't recommend BetAngel. Far too many bells and whistles for what we need. So there we go. I've laid over 1.5 goals. That's what I call insurance on the 0-1 scoreline. Now you've got a couple of options. First option, Toulouse +1. That's fairly reasonable, and it's also a positive sign that the market quite fancies them. When the +1 is at these kind of odds, it suggests the market quite fancies them. Now when this is a liquid, as it is here, you can always lay Nantes in the match odds market, because it's exactly the same bet. But don't forget, this will be liability. Sorry, this will be stake. Now I've got to figure this out now. It will have to be liability, yes, because that's what we're risking. So you could lay Toulouse here. Is it Nantes who are leading? Yeah, lay Nantes here if it's more liquid, like this. So this is an alternative to the +1 market. It's exactly the same. as backing Toulouse +1. So backing Toulouse +1 is the same as laying Nantes. So you could go here. I prefer this, Toulouse +1, 1.78. It's a vote of confidence if you wanted to play. As you can see, no shots on target, 5 off and 5 corners. Arsenal are really starting to ramp it up against the hamsters. As you can see there, 3 shots on, 4 off and 4 corners. Really starting to ramp it up. I like what I'm seeing from Toulouse as well. So I wonder, 22 dangerous attacks to 2, whether I might actually take a risk and have a play here with my own dosh. I must say it's not anywhere near as confident as Coventry and Millwall earlier on. But let's have a look at this. Be prepared to lose if you do play. To lose, I mean, to have a loss. Because these two, the form is absolute. If you're going to be ultra disciplined, there's going to be better candidates. So I'm going to be laying over 1.5 goals. You could even do both teams to score no. John H's excellent idea. Well, it's far too short. That's a good sign as well, isn't it? So the market is giving us a couple of good signs. I wonder if they're going to be accurate signs by the end of the session. So I'm laying over 1.5 goals. And I'm happy with Toulouse +1 because it's, when you see it at 1.8, it's just a sign of confidence. So this is the amount I can use now, which is £40 minus commission, £39.20. Oh, come on.
This market has been suspended.
I had this yesterday. Bad luck yesterday throughout. I wonder if this is a Toulouse goal, or have I got away with it and it's 0-2 to Nantes. It's already 2-0. Looks like it's a false alarm. As you can see, the Toulouse +1 remains okay. It's a false alarm. So just got to wait for the market to reform now. So don't forget, Toulouse +1 is the same as laying Nantes. So I'm just waiting for some of the layers to put up some money here. There we go. So now I can do my £39.20. Now, I'm happy to take the risk here, but as you can tell, I'm not passing this on to Telegram because these two are in the wrong end of the table. They've had a woeful season. They're very unreadable. But the market, in 2 instances, because the fact that this is 1.8 and the fact that both teams to score no is so short with only half an hour to go, it's suggesting that the market is looking at the potential of a Toulouse equaliser. Arsenal are looking electric, aren't they, at the moment? If you wanted to play for the Arsenal, how do you play? Possibility of a half-time play. But don't forget, it is a London derby. So it won't surprise me if this ends 0-0 at half-time. But they are looking extremely solid. They must win. So let me get this up. The Arsenal match. West Ham and Arsenal. The best way to play if you're not that confident is in the half-time markets. Particularly for me, the half-time score market, because Arsenal are looking really solid, aren't they, today? Well up for this. So there's no Champions League for them today, this weekend. I'm just trying to get the Dutching back, which is again the benefit of using software, because you'll have to be Carol Vorderman to do this on the fly. I'll be looking at a 0-1 Arsenal, 0-2 Arsenal, any unquoted for the Ars, and try not 160 you can pile in there just in case they go goal crazy. look at this, 160. And there's still 15 minutes to go. That's for one team to score 3 goals. It is a London derby, so it's very unlikely, but you can fill your boots. These things have happened before. 25s for the 0-2 is very, very appealing. So again, keep your liability as low as possible. I'd like to keep it under a tenner, while still having a good shot at this. And for me, personally, it's a token profit on the 0-1. Or at least to keep it under 10 quid. So I might do this with the real money because it looks a pretty good layout there. But certainly it's a possibility to lay the draw if it's 0-0 at half time. So that's my option. Because it's a London derby, I'm a little bit lukewarm. This presents an opportunity to dip your toe into the water without it costing you too much money. All Arsenal, says Robert, indeed, and that's portrayed here. 92 attacking pressure index, so I might...
This mark.
It'll bring up the match. So if you're using betfair.com, use the search facility, which you'll see has a magnifying glass, and put in one of the team's names. So match odds, they're really going for the win, aren't they, late on? We had this last night during my YouTube session. There was a real go at it late on by one of the sides, and they got the late goal. So these things can occur. So what you can do, start drip laying. And by drip laying I mean winning a fiver, anything under 1.25, start there, place your next one at 1.14 to win £5 back a stake. Next one, 1.09, oh, let me just do that again, 1.09. That's been duplicated, is it? Oh, 1.01, okay. 1.09, you can win a little bit more because you'll keep your liability low at under a quid, look. So you can win 11 quid here. And again, this is another advantage of not of using software over betfair.com itself. Can you imagine trying to do this using the website? 1.06, I can look to win £16 profit here, because it's still under a quid. Now I know my maximum loss, and it looks as if it's not a going day today for us at all with Ajax. It's a real pity. 3-0 for Heerenveen. Maybe Ashley was right. Maybe I've dismissed the Conference League too much. 3-0 to Heerenveen. And I'm still going to top up though, because it's not going to cost me any more. But it's looking like it's a worthless cause. And it was a bit of a dodgy one, that, but I did trust their recent form. I'm going to just top up again because it's so early. So early in the
This market has been
match.
suspended.
So take the gift. I've pretty much written this off now. So I'm just going to top it up a little bit more. And I'm also going to be backing Ajax a little bit more. Remember, they have scored in multiple consecutive matches. But it might be the fact that they might be resting players, because I suppose they are deep into the Conference League. There we go, 313 if we get the almighty recovery. So I'll pass this on to Telegram. It's a real pity. Is this the curse of the Europa Conference League for Ajax? They are 3-0 down. If you didn't play earlier on, I would recommend you lay Heerenveen now at 1.11 and back Ajax at 40s, or as high as you can get. Very early in the second half. Unlikely we're going to see a play. Maybe Ajax are resting some players because of the Europa Conference League, but I wouldn't have put that as a high priority for them, given it's 4 days to go for that. Pity. But that's why I keep my stakes at £40 or thereabouts. It's not worry money. Arsenal have scored indeed. Okay, so I think we can undo the Arsenal match. Well, 4 shots on, 3 off. It's all looking good. 26 dangerous attacks to 18. I don't know what's happening with this defence for Ajax. It is a very strange result. Will they score? Have they rested some players? I don't know the Ajax first 11, that's the problem. Brobby is your Mr. Brobby. Noel Edmonds, he's your usual goal scorer. I wonder, well, they've got Akpom on as well. They're reverting to type.
This market has been suspended.
Bergwijn is out. Gotts, Van Axel Dongen, Van der Boomen and Avila. But Mr. Brobby, he's normally the goal merchant, so it's good to see him playing. He scored 2 against Heracles. He scored 2 against RKC Valvik. Scored 1 against Go Ahead Eagles. Scored 1 against Hanover in a friendly. Scored 1 again there. Scored 2 against Pek Zwolle. So great to see Noel Edmonds, Mr. Brobby up front, hopefully. And Mr. Brobby. And it's 0-2 for Arsenal.
This market has been suspended.
You can see, playing in the half-time market is paying off handsomely. And it's just my luck that the Ajax one I did with real money and the Arsenal one I did with simulation money. Disgraceful. Now you're looking at knocking on the door of that £121 if they can convert the pen. So do remember that. Really solid in-play stats there. So hopefully we're going to get some action out of Ajax at some point, maybe some substitutions. I don't know if they're resting some key players or not. But you're going to be amply compensated if you played in the half-time markets there. Hashtag Split are looking pretty good against Slaven Belupo. Coming to half-time. Up to you if you wanted to play like you do in the Arsenal
This
match.
market has been suspended.
Toulouse are looking good, aren't they? 1 shot on, 7 off and 6 corners. Toulouse v Nantes in French Ligue 1. Lay over 1.5 goals, back Toulouse +1. Not the 2 of the finest sides, but the market really fancies Toulouse to get a goal here. 1 shot on, 7 off and 6 corners. We've got a goal back for Ajax, so hopefully the comeback is beginning. 3-2 will give you an exit point if you went into the +1 market earlier on. But 3-1, it was starting to motor, having backed Ajax at 40s plus. Very nice indeed. That's excellent news for Ajax, isn't it? Let's have a look at that. Delighted that they've got back so quickly. Now, one more goal from them, and you're going to see some fun and games. Now, as I said in the Telegram, you're still facing a loss in the +1 market, but it's reduced. You can now get out with a 15 quid loss, 15 quid back into your account. But if it gets to 3-2, this will drop to about a £5 loss. So it's going to be pretty much break even in that +1 market. So things are warming up nicely. It's a 0-2 for Arsenal. Excellent stuff. So if you went with me into this half-time score market, 45 quid is in the bag, as long as the hamsters don't score a goal. But you can, if you wanted to, well, you probably can't because it's a liquid, cover any Hammers goal. A third goal for Arsenal will see you with 121 quid in the bank. Excellent stuff from Arsenal. And you've got the in-play stats to thank here. This is the whole point of having a stat scanner. Ajax has no excuse. They've always showed a lack of interest in other European League Cup. Indeed, they're looking okay now, Bosun, at 3-1. Very early in the second half. Heerenveen will start doubting. I think we're set up very nicely having backed Ajax at 3-0 down. But we need a 3-2 in order to get out of that +1 loss that we currently face. Toulouse are looking good, aren't they? I like what I'm seeing from Toulouse. Hasbrook Split are looking good as well. So let's just do a bit of tidying up here. Security Systems, I know few of you are big fans of Security Systems FC in Botswana. I know I am, but I won't be watching them today. I get very nervous watching Security Systems FC. So I'll be looking with interest at the score afterwards. So let's just have a look. Groningen are looking pretty good against Topos in the Easter Divisie, but looks like they've got the goal to hand. Utrecht, excellent unbeaten run, isn't it, since October? That was a bit of a shock to me. I didn't think they were that good recently. I think we can say, well, famous last words. Liverpool under 21s, if you fancied that against Stoke, I did tell you, Stoke earlier on scoring first, but I don't normally tend to keep an eye on these under 21s, but if you fancied it, you'd have got that Liverpool equaliser, which would have been very handy indeed. Lorient and Reims, much of a muchness, again a bit like Toulouse and Nantes, but you do note that Lorient and Clermont-Foot are on the wrong end of the table, so you'd be over expecting from the look of that from Groningen exactly what you expect, attacking pressure index of 101. So I think I can say ta-ra to that. And Bologna, well, they're doing exactly what we expected, the in-play stats. Don't forget Monza and Verona. Second half goals. Verona, 8 out of 9 goals scored away have come second half. No draw in 5 at home for Monza, 0-0.
This market has suspended.
To delay the draw second half. Verona have scored and conceded in the last 5 and in their last 8 away. 4 consecutive away losses for Verona. So possibility of a second half goal there. So it's warming up nicely for the Ajax match. And it's 0-3 to Arsenal. Ka-ching. Tune in. Let me know if you backed anyone quoted in the half-time score market. Let me know in the chat if you did that, because the Milky Bars are on you. Looks like Bosun has done it. Milky Bars are on you, Bosun. Isn't that amazing, eh? Who'd have thought it would go from 0-0 to 0-3 in such a quick time?
This market has been suspended.
Why? Look at the motivation. Manchester City and Liverpool winning yesterday. Absolutely superb stuff. For those of you attending the live stream, well done for coming along. Only 12 of you, I'm afraid, but the others are missing out. So I'm glad you've profited from that and you've seen it in front of your very eyes. Just trying to get the stream back up. There it is. That's excellent news. Well done to the arse. So this is the kind of live chat we could have done with yesterday, isn't it? Much, much better. So really good stuff. Just hoping that we don't fall foul of trusting mid-table mediocrity like Toulouse and Nantes, for example. Kifisias, newly promoted, did they score first? Well, Volos have been red carded, so I wouldn't necessarily be taking on Kifisias today. But Ajax, we could do with another goal from Ajax. Did Mr. Brobby score? Noel Edmonds' best signing. Did he get the goal? It's an own goal, so that's gives us some hope that they can score from open play. But it's also a sign that there is the Europa Conference League playing on their minds. These sides are gettable away from home. You saw Leipzig yesterday, you saw Bayern Munich yesterday. Let's have a look. And Ashley's done the work for us already. As Ashley rightly points out, 15th of February, Ajax playing Bodo Glimt in the Europa Conference League. Surely that's not going to be impacting on them too much, is it? It's the first of 2 legs against Bodo Glimt, and Bodo Glimt, the Norwegian Elite Serien season hasn't started, so you've got to be favouring Ajax in that particular match. But Lord knows what's going on with them today. They still haven't scored from open play yet. That was an own goal. Wolfsberger is still knocking on the door for a possible equaliser. If you wanted to drip lay Rapid Vienna, well, I wouldn't put you off, but taking on a favourite leading. We've got 3 shots on target, one of them first, one of them second half. 5 shots off target, 2 of them second half, and 2 corners, both of them second half. Sorry, 2 corners second half, and it's 0-4 to the arse. But any unquoted covers 0-3 or higher. And the great thing about any unquoted, it covers whichever side scores, whoever scores 3 goals. It doesn't matter. It covers 3 goals being scored. Emphatic stuff from Arsenal today. Had to react to Liverpool winning. Liverpool had quite an easy task against Burnley yesterday. Similar story for Man City, really. So Arsenal, toughest of the 3 encounters, and they've really taken West Ham apart today. I wonder, because West Ham won the Europa Conference League, didn't they? Wonder if they have Europa Conference League upcoming. It's amazing how often these teams will underperform. No, they don't. Okay. They were in the Europa League. It looks like yeah, that was in 2023. Getafe and Celta Vigo is 2-2. Possible Desmond Tutu in the 85th minute. If you wanted to lay that draw at 1.25 and lower, by all means go ahead. Looks like Kafisias are up for it, but trusting a newly promoted side in the Greek Super League, very tough. Hajduk Split get the goal before half time. Their stats, I suppose, suggested as much. So let's do a little catch up here. Istanbulspor 20th against 18th. That's your old-fashioned relegation 6-pointer. So I can get rid of that one, I think. Unless, well, red carded as well as Istanbulspor. So they're going to have to wait for another day to pick up 3 points. I'll just get the chat up again in case I miss it. So where was it again? Pop out chat. There we go. Can I pin it? No. Okay. So just while I'm doing the a look at the in-play stats, I'll have the chat up in case you want to have a chat. Okay. It's probably not going to work, is it? Because as soon as I click on this, it's gone. So I'm not going to do that. I'll look at a way to if I can pin the chat. It would be excellent. I'm sure there's a piece of software to enable me to do that. Ajax are looking very, very under par today. Surely that Bodo Glimt match is not going to be that impactful upon them. It's 0-1 at half-time to lose against Nantes. In-play stats are good. 33 dangerous attacks to 2. Odds on favourite 1.78 for the +1, suggesting the market fancied it. Very short odds for both teams to score. No, suggesting the market fancies both teams to score. So ticking every single box. I'm just hoping that I haven't over-relied on what is a bit of a dodgy side, this Toulouse side. Very sporadic. We had a look at their form, didn't we, this season? And it's patternless. It's pretty much patternless. Tyrol favourite today against Austria Lustenau. 1.73, 2 shots on, 10 off and 3 corners. Again, not a pair of sides I want to trust, a bit like Toulouse. If you lose money, you'll be kicking yourself saying, why on earth did I trust this lot? 2 shots on, 10 off. Only the 1 shot off target second half. So do please check out your timings of your shots on and off and corners, because this looks great on paper, but all of the work was done first half. Genk odds on favourite coming up. Anything else at the moment? I might pop out for another drink. Liverpool and Stoke, possibility of laying the draw second half if you fancy that. That's the under 21s, by the way. Stuttgart should be well fancied today against the Mainz, who can't find a goal for love or money. They've failed to score that second goal, and the Desmond has ended. Getafe and Celta Vigo, if you laid the draw there, well done. Getafe 3, Celta Vigo 2. This looks like a really good trading day today, doesn't it? Apart from Ajax. This is the kind of day we could have done with yesterday. Absolutely everything going as per expectation. You can see that just there. Celtic are a goal up at half time in the Cup. Well, Dundee and St Johnstone, I'll have to do a little bit of research on the SPL there, because St Johnstone were favourites. Why were they favourites? I don't know. But let's have a look. Soccerstats.com. Right, I've just forgotten which match we're going to. I've got the memory of Joe Biden. I can't remember where I was heading off to. Oh yes, Dundee, SPL. I could run for president with my brain power. Let's have a look. You have to get FC stats.
This market has been suspended
because we don't have a challenge table. We don't have the challenge table for Scotland at soccerstats.com. Just want to see why the market had Dundee FC as favourites. Sometimes FC Stats doesn't pop up, maybe because they're updating their info, but as you can see here, it's not looking as if it pops up. So we'll just have to do the basic research here. The absolute ideal is to look at the challenge table, which tells you how teams get on against other teams in different areas of the league. Why are Dundee FC favourite today? Are St Johnstone capable of holding on? Well, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I wonder what I'm counting. 12, 13 matches since St Johnstone have scored that second goal. That could give us a possible angle in. But again, we're not dealing with your Bayern Munich's here. We're not dealing with your Paris Saint-Germain's going a goal down. We're dealing with Dundee FC and St Johnstone. Dundee did score two goals at home against Hearts. Hearts came back and won that one. They failed to score against St Mirren. They did get a draw against Aberdeen and away at Livingston, and another impressive display against Hearts. So they do have a couple of goals in the locker, Dundee, but this is another one of those matches. They're just not sides which really appeal. You can trust Arsenal. They pay millions for their players. Dundee and St Johnstone are paying monopoly money for their players. Completely different look. And look at Ajax just not turning up, are they? Scoring an own goal, haven't added to any shots on and off target. Surely the Conference League isn't impacting them that much. Dundee and St Johnstone, I don't know if you fancied this one. I like this 11 shots off target. I like the fact that they're 1.83. There is possibilities here. I might have some fun and have a go at this one. Look at that. Look at that. If you got involved, Boaston did, I know. Well done. And well done for attending the live stream. So this is looking much of a muchness. Now we could have done with a 3-2, really, to have really got this motoring. So let's have a look at Dundee. Again, I must warn you, Toulouse, Dundee, these are not trustworthy sides, but I'm willing to give it a punt today. So as ever, this is my personal choice, is to lay over 1.5 goals. That just covers the 0-1 for St Johnstone. And as I counted to you, what was it? 12 matches since they last scored 2 goals. Dundee FC have been scoring 2 goals plentifully enough, and against a top 3 side like Hearts on 2 occasions. Hopefully we will get something out of Dundee. What does the +1 look like? I would suggest it would be about 2.1, something like that. Well, it's the same odds as Toulouse. Does that offer you any confidence? Same odds as Toulouse, but it's a very skinny return because it's quite high for the insurance. Does that give you any confidence? Do you want to play match odds perhaps with that 2-goal habit for Dundee FC? Up to you. If you wanted to play match odds, I'll show you how to do it. Now please remember, this comes with risks because they're not reliable sides. The SPL is so uncompetitive, it's unreal. You could lay over 1.5 goals, cover that 0-1 for St Johnstone. Has to be done really because of their single goal habit. And match odds on this occasion, you split your stake into 2. If you want the possibility of a bigger return, you would be backing Dundee at 3.95, which is be a quite decent return if they can get their 2-goal habit up and running. And you could lay St Johnstone half stake as liability. As liability. Now I don't know if I've got Betfair up here. Let me see if I can show you. Sorry, it's just sticking. I might be able to show you if I've got the UK VP virtual private network on, so let's see if I can get Betfair up. Just show you what I mean by half stake as liability. So you'd find your match here, DUNDEE. Okay. Half stake as liability. I'm just going to pick anything to lay, okay? So this doesn't mean you're laying Dundee. So I don't know what's going on here. Let's get rid of this pop out. There we go. Click the liability box here. Half stake as liability. Click OK. And then click place bets. That will leave you a half stake as liability. That's what I mean by half stake as liability compared to the backer stake. And it's already 2-0 for Utrecht. That's going exactly as per expectations. And looks like Austria Lustenau have scored first against the odds-on favourites Tyrol, and yet another match. Half stake as liability here then for St Johnstone. And that will leave £40 loss on St Johnstone, which is the equivalent of what you're going to win there. Okay, if you wanted the match odds route, you're going to get a bigger return. If you can get a draw, you'll only be making a £4 loss minus your £9.20, with the possibility of doubling up to 73 quid. So up to you if you fancied it, but this looks like it's one of those days, isn't it, where we've got a number of dodgy sides. Monza and Verona, for example. Can you trust those two? It's a toughie. Another shot on target for Ajax. Looks like they're making a minimum amount of effort necessary to get any interest at all in this match. I thought with 3-1 on the 47th minute we could be up and running with a 3-2 and then a 3-3 and all the rest. That would have been excellent. Just got to find that chat again. Okay. So I wonder if can I pin a YouTube live stream pop-up chat. Let's have a look. How do you pin a live chat? Oh, you'd have to be watching a video. Okay, I'm not going to bother with that during a live stream. I'll see if I can solve that, but looks like we've found a really good bit of kit in this live stream. And I'll have a second thought about keeping this going, because this is very expensive. No sound on YouTube. Oh, that's thanks very much, Guy. But that's please use the chat facility, unless this is from yesterday. Yeah. Please use the chat at YouTube. That would be excellent, because I'm not monitoring. I might get rid of this Mighty Networks. It's costing a lot of money, and there's no really enthusiasm. I wanted to build a community, but no one can be bothered, to be honest. It's costing a lot of money, so I'll have a think about that. But don't worry, we'll have the live stream. We've got the research elsewhere. All of the other spreadsheets will be put at footballtradingprofits.com. So I'll have a word with my publisher next week. I want to earn a little bit of money. I put in a lot of hours, so I do deserve to get properly paid for this. And giving away a large amount of money to Mighty Networks when you guys are not really using the service properly, you're not using the community element or anything like that, it seems a bit of a waste of money. But don't worry, we've got the live stream working, which is excellent. Very happy with that. And if we can continue, and if this continues to be stable as well, we can be up and running with that. So that should be returning. There we go, good. So let's have a bit of a catch up, and then I'll go and get another drink in a second as well. Looks like Rapid Vienna have made it 0-2. Wolfsberger couldn't take advantage of their slight dominance earlier on, but as I say, it's a bit of a risk taking on taking on a favourite leading. We do tend to target underdogs. We have had another shot from Ajax. We do need a goal from Ajax pretty soon to get these odds moving. A woeful performance from them. Surely it's not down to the Conference League on Thursday. Something we're going to have to be very careful with. I've put my faith in Dundee. I like the 3 shots on, 11 off and 7 corners, and the double the amount of dangerous attacks. So it looks pretty good for Dundee FC there. Toulouse second half will be beginning soon. Can they continue their pressure? 33 dangerous attacks to 2. Again, Dundee, Toulouse, all very, you know what I mean. Not like your PSGs, your Man City scoring 2 goals second half and all the rest of it. A lot more reliable sides. Stuttgart and Mainz remains 0-0. As I said in my preview video, which I hope you watched earlier on, when you get a team like Mainz with so many under 2.5 goal patterns, you might want to back 0-0 at its highest point pre-match and hope you last until half time, because you're going to get a really good swing in the odds. I can just show you that now. So do remember that. Let's get the Mainz match up. They're obviously defensively stout, but they can't do it for 90 minutes. Look at the degradation of the 0-0 odds. Still relatively high because Stuttgart were such short price favourites. But had you backed at 20s, you'll be heading back to 10s and 9s, etc. So anytime you see very strong under 2.5 goal stats, then as you can see, it can pay off. Right, well, we can get rid of that. Wolfsberger, looks like Ajax, well, another shot on target, but they need to pull their finger out really to make this 3-2. 3-3 against Fortuna Sittard for Heerenveen, and a 2-2 against AZ Alkmaar. 4-1 win for Ajax last time, but as Ashley Kemp rightly said, got the possibility of the Europa Conference League affecting even these sides like Ajax in such excellent form. So we're really waiting for the second half to begin. This no surprise to see a 0-0 in this Stuttgart match against Mainz. You'd certainly welcome a Mainz opening goal, because they're not going to score a second if their pattern continues. Genk were slightly odds on favourite earlier on, 7th against 9th, so they're quite tightly ranked in the Jupiler League. Swarovski Tyrol are looking good, aren't they? 1.73. Do you trust them? Again, this could be one for your drip laying at 1.25. 10 shots off target, but just the one second half, so maybe not. Make that 2 shots off target second half. Wolfsberger and Rapid Vienna, we can hide that one now. Azerbaijan, well, it's Karabakh, so I'll keep an eye on them. They're not too shabby, Karabakh, but there's just liquidity issues in that particular league. And Bowers Pitsea are playing Gorliston. It's probably the match of the season, this one, but I'll say goodbye to that one. Moving on down, Lorient and Reims, I don't have a strong opinion, but when you've got a side 17th in the league, they could be vulnerable. And look at Reims, 36 dangerous attacks to 12. It's a good gauge. 4 shots on target, 5 off and 6 corners. Only 7 shots off target for Lorient. Might be vulnerable second half. 17th in the league. Similar story for Clermont.
This market has been suspended
against Brest. So that's no great surprise at all. Panathinaikos are in with the title contention in the Greek Super League, so they're going to be on the watch list. Monza and Verona, up to you if you trust these two. They do have that second half scoring out, and we've got some interesting news. Ajax have scored. This sets this up very nicely for the last 10 minutes. Let's have a look. Exciting stuff. They're making us sweat today, aren't they? Now this is what I'm talking about. It should be a lot lower than this. This is gives you 20 quid back if you wanted to bail out of your +1 now. Ajax have another goal back, 3-2 against Heerenveen. You can watch it all at the live stream if you want on YouTube. They've got full details at footballtrainingprofits.com. Now we're in a very exciting position. If you got involved in the +1 earlier on with me and you don't like to stay in, you can get out with a £20 return to your bank if you wanted to, or half stake return to your bank if you wanted to. But we've got 10 minutes for Ajax to get that third goal to really bring home the bacon. This is exciting stuff. Now, 314 quid does look rather nice, doesn't it? Having backed Ajax at 34s, you can now lay them off at 22s. Very exciting indeed. Can we get the result? Can we get that Ajax goal? They have been in the form of their season, really. That's why I did desert them. But they're taking an awfully long time to give us the goals. Akpom, we still haven't got a goal from Mr. Brobby, Noel Edmonds' best mate. It's probably that big pink suit is making him having trouble running into the box. Fantastic stuff from Ajax. Come on, the boys. Second half beginning, Dundee looking quite good. Good start. 3 shots on, 12 off and 8 corners. Looking good, looking good. So don't be shy. Do chat if you want to chat, okay? You're very welcome to join in. This is getting exciting now, isn't it? Can we get that goal from Ajax? Come on. One more goal with the 9 minutes plus extra time. If we've got the plenty of 30 time, then we could get this 3-3. It would be fantastic if we could. Dundee FC are looking good for an equaliser, aren't they? 3 shots on, 13 off, 9 corners, 45 dangerous attacks to 20. Looking very good indeed. Toulouse, second half beginning. Still only the 1 shot on target. It's a bit off-putting. But what I do like is the 33 dangerous attacks to 6. What I don't like
is both of these teams' profile this season. It's absolutely Danny Dyer. It really is awful. Stuttgart and Mainz, still no goals, absolutely no surprises there. It would be tough for me to trust a lay the draw second half as well. If I did do a lay the draw second half, it would be looking for Stuttgart to do
This market has
scoring.
been suspended.
Perhaps a half-time team talk can instill some change there. Look at that, 67 attacking pressure index for Dundee FC. Knocking on that door. Come on. Come on Dundee. Come on Ajax. And it's 0-2 for Nantes, as I suggested. There we go. We've been kicked in the knackers there. That's the problem, trusting these sides. I did warn you, amply warned you, earlier on if you got involved. And I should have listened to my own warning as well. But if we get a goal from Ajax, that will certainly help matters indeed. It's 0-2 for Celtic against St Mirren. Panathinaikos have scored first against Panathinaikos. That's absolutely no surprise there, so I can take that off the watch list. I'm going to hide Hajduk Split. Absolutely bossing today's match. It's very exciting stuff from Ajax if they can just cross the line. I'm just going to get rid of Luxembourg and Qatar. Qatar winning the Asian Cup yesterday, I think. What a surprise, he said sarcastically. In Qatar. Referee coming home with a couple of Bentleys and a £300,000 watch, no doubt. So let's just warm that up. If Toulouse can get a goal, we can still have the possibility of a get out, but this was my problem trusting these sides. Dundee, Toulouse, etc. Not the best sides on the planet, are they? I could do with a goal from Toulouse. That would give us a possible get out of jail on that +1 there. I wonder what the goal was like. They're not even on our odds on favourites list, so that should tell you a story as well. Just not trustworthy, are they? Bad profile. Shouldn't have got involved. Kadewere. Well, goal from open play. Mustafa Mohamed scoring the first goal for Nantes. It's a very French name. Mustafa Mohamed. Let's see if Toulouse can score a goal. That would be very handy indeed. So we're just waiting patiently for Ajax to get a third goal. That would be remarkable if they could. Such a close shave, wouldn't it be? At 3-2, it would be very unlucky if we were to lose in that particular instance at 3-2 with such a comeback as that. But too little too late, I'm afraid. We do need a large dose of extra time there. 3 shots on, 14 off 9 corners for Dundee FC. Can they get that equaliser? That would help matters. Those of you who are involved or wanted to look at the Liverpool under-21 match, that's 2-1 now to Liverpool under-21s, coming from behind there. A match I rather dismissed. Could have got involved. Do you trust Kefisias? 3 shots on, 6 off 7 corners against red-carded Volos. They did get a win last match, Kefisias. There was a 1-2 against OFI Crete. I remember playing that one. But they're normally in woeful form. A 0-1 loss to Aris Thessaloniki, 4-1 loss to Lamia, 1-1 draw against OFI Crete. So they do have goals in them. Can they score? If you wanted to do this, then lay the draw. Because if you lay the draw and the team with 11 players scores first, the draw odds will rise markedly to double figures, I would say. So it's up to you if you trusted Kefisias. They do have a goal in them now and again. But they're more of a side to take on. It's very frustrating that we're just on the cusp there with Ajax, aren't we? Let's have a look at Kefisias. If you wanted to delay, I wouldn't put you off delaying. The draw odds are pretty low relative to a team with red card. So that's a positive, but it's lacking some market forces here. Only £15,000 matched in the match odds market. You compare that with the Premier League match, multiple millions, and you see the difference there. So we're not getting any market movement at all. Big gap. So if you were to lay the draw, lay in between. something like 2.52.
This market has been
There we go, it's
suspended.
just popped up. Someone's listening. I'll be waiting, maybe get involved at lower odds a bit later on. Can we get that goal from Dundee? It would be rather nice, because it would help me gain a bit of profit. And there's a goal from Stuttgart. What a pity for those of you back 0-0 pre-match. I was waiting second half to lay that draw, or possibly lay that draw, or hope that Mainz would do the scoring initially, because Mainz don't score that second goal. So we get rid of Liverpool under 21s. If you did play that one, well done. Lorient and Ream. 2 shots on target second half for Ream, and that's it really. 3 corners. 1 shot on target for Lorient, 12 shots off target. A lot of them. A lot of pressure second half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots off target second half. Quite something. Coefficients are still catching the eye, aren't they? But can you trust them to get a goal? You've got a decent enough return. I'll be quite happy to delay a little bit longer, see if I can get lower odds, and see if we can get a result from Coefficients. Just waiting for Ajax. Come on. So frustrating. Oh, why did they have to concede that third goal? So near to a really good return. Mallorca, Rayo Vallecano just kicking off. No strong interest there. Get rid of this one. Get rid of that one. And get rid of Celtic, already 2-0 up. Rather obviously. Get rid of that one as well. Oh, well, it's a... If you wanted a bit of fun, 2.6 the favourite, leading by 2 goals. Up to the hour mark. The fact that lots have scored. Well, it's up to you. Bailey Stock, second in the league. Utrecht, Mexico, Kuwait, Tirana and Spezia, 2.6 for the favourite. Very tough to read. Still no shots, no real shots on target for these two, Monza and Verona. And Panathinaikos getting the lead, so no surprise there. Just waiting to see whether we
This
can get
market
an
has been
Ajax goal.
suspended.
It would be fantastic if we could. So near. Can we get that Dundee goal? Because they are bossing. 3 shots on, 16 off, and 11 corners. Look at this, 2-0 already for Stuttgart against Mainz. Oh boy. So I can get rid of that one. Looking for a Mainz goal to start things off. That would have been rather nice. Swarovski Tyrol, can they get the equaliser? Well, running out of time. But very good stats. The kind of stats you'd have a bit of a tickle laying Austria Vienna. So we're just waiting patiently for Ajax. But it looks as if we're going to be done by a missing goal. What a pity. Let's get the Ajax match up. Just waiting for that noise. That suspend. Still a relatively long amount of time left. 1.14 all the way down to 101. Can we get that third goal from Ajax? Come on. It would be wonderful. So don't forget in the future, if you wanted to bail out of the +1, get half of your stake back, you could have done that at 3-2. So do remember that. And I could have got out of this as well. So I could have got out of it with only a £20 loss had I taken action at the 3-2. Come on, Ajax. Just waiting. Oh. Frustrating, isn't it? It was such a well-timed second goal at 80-minute mark. Gave you plenty of time, plenty of scope to get that third goal. I was just hoping it's only 4 minutes extra time, which is pretty poor. Unlikely today, and as Ashley said, this could be down to the European Conference League, but a really good effort from Ajax, knocking on the door but just not crossing the line there. And Lustenau are 0-2 up against Swarovski Tyrol. I couldn't really trust them in Austria. So what matches have we got upcoming? Got Aston Villa against Man United. Very tough to read, Man United at the moment, aren't they? Just make sure you can hear me okay. Qatar scored 3 goals, all with penalties. Indeed, yeah, nothing to see here, Bosun. Referee man of the match, probably the same referee who refereed the Real Madrid Almeria match, because that was an absolute travesty. Awful. We can get rid of this Arsenal match. We don't need the update on that. Now, go to the My Games. I'm not getting the signal. Got a red card for... I'll just move that to there. That's why I'm not getting the signal. Getting a red card from Austria Lustenau, 0-2 up. No, it's the end of the match, so nothing to worry about there. Looks like we've been done here. A great performance from Ajax, but just not crossing the line. What a pity. Disappointing. Scoring 2 goals as well, but just not crossing that line. Could do with a goal from Toulouse, but as I've warned you, very dodgy pair of sides. But Dundee are looking far better, but then they've suddenly just turned off the gas now. 17 shots off target, 12 corners, but only the 1 corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corners second half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots off target, no shots on target the second half. But they lighting up the attacking pressure, and they just hope they can get that goal, because that would be rather nice. Ajax so near but yet so far. So we'll be looking, if Toulouse make it 1-2, I would probably bail out there, particularly if it comes pretty soon. Then I'd get most of my money back in the +1 market there. Well, Kafisias have allowed Volos a shot, have they not? 57th minute shot, that perhaps sums them up. So I'm happy I'm delaying there. If it gets very, very late, I would certainly lay the draw. 1 shot on 6 off and 2 corners for Mechelen, dominating against Genk, who were odds-on favourites earlier on in the week. We can get rid of Stuttgart now, already 2-0 up. What a pity. It's looking good if you back 0-0 pre-match. Looking good until about the 40th minute. Lorient and Reims still not added to their real in-play stats at the moment. So it all looks good. That's the end of the match, alas. Unless we get a nice surprise, that will be the end of the match. Heerenveen and Ajax, what a pity. Ever so close to a winner or a winning play. They gave us a good run for our money with 2 goals. It would be nice if it popped up 3-3. Clermont are equalising against Brest. Wow. Yeah, there we go. That ends. No, it's still going. Look, 3-2. Yes, VAR. Oh, have we got a penalty or something? Oh, goal under review. Oh man. Come on. Oh. Come on, the Ajax. Goal under review. This will be extremely bad luck if it's not allowed. Come on, ref. We sent you the brown envelope at half time. Is it? Can we fly in the Qatari ref from the final yesterday? Get him to adjudicate the VAR. Come on. Oh man. Lorient scored first against Reims. This is a Lorient in the relegation threatened places. Oh man, my heart can't take this. Come on. Ball over the line, says Bosun. Come on. I need this, come on. Come on, ref. You can do it. Just say yes. As Zamo said in Grange Hill, just say yes. Well, Danny McAlaley, if he doesn't allow it, he is not going on my Christmas card list. They've done it, have they? Come on. Oh, no way. You're joking. Oh, man. Not being allowed.
This market has been suspended.
Oh, you're joking. Oh, come on. 98th minute. Oh, man. Oh. No goal. No. Oh, boy. That would have been quite wonderful. Would have filled our boots. West Ham, well, Arsenal make it 0-6. Oh, I'd love to see that goal. Why he disallowed it. Oh man, that would have been wonderful. 3-3. Profit on the +1. Oh. Right, bad luck. Bad luck. Well, Dundee have gone very quiet, and I'm getting a little worried. The Toulouse factor. Just don't like these sides at all, I'm afraid. If we get mugged with a 0-2, but St Johnstone haven't scored that second goal in 12 matches. Kifisias have not added to their shot on target since 14 minutes ago. Getting down to odds on now. They do tend to score at some point. Mechelen starting well. Oh, Ajax. Why? In the good old days, that would have been a goal and the end of the match. Can't believe it. Oh, man. Oh. Well, we've got a Monza penalty. It's been disallowed, I believe, or it has been missed. VAR. It's not a penalty, okay. Do you trust these two? Because they do have a good second half scoring record. So laying the draw there. But the problem is, it's trust, isn't it? Trusting Monza and Lecce. I'm still smarting from that referee. Daniel Makalele is not going on my Christmas card list, that's for sure. Ah. So Dundee, 3 shots on 18 off 12 corners, gone a little bit quiet. I just hope they don't get caught on the break like Toulouse seem to have been caught. 60 dangerous attacks to 10 for Toulouse. 1 shot on target only, 8 off target, but only 1 of them coming second half. 4 corners coming second half, so all first half action really for Toulouse. Real pity that they got mugged by Nantes. But if we can get a 1-2, we can get out of this one. Real pity with Ajax. Oh man. So let's have a look at some of these other matches. Lorient and Reims. Well, we've got the goal already for Lorient. But is that a potential play there? Because Reims were looking quite good. But Lorient absolutely desperate for the points. 1.83 pre-match favourites. I might have a go here. I'll have to do a little bit of research first. Lorient and Reims. L'Oreal will be keen for the 1-0, but they are at that part of the table where they're not that trustworthy, are they? So let's have a look. Lorient and Reims. Got a 1-2 win against Metz, but I think these are both at the wrong end of the table. And a 3-3 against Le Havre, so they're really fighting for their lives at the moment. Reims scored 2 goals against Toulouse, coming from behind, second half. Got to do that again. Really impressive win against Monaco, away at Monaco. Challenge table will tell us where these two are in relationship to each other. 17th against 9th. Well, Lorient have a very weird record. Unbeaten against the top 7 at home. What on earth is going on there? Scoring 2+ goals in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 home matches. Reims unbeaten home and away against 13th and lower. 1-0 win only against Lorient last time. So obviously for me, this Lorient side are battling for survival, aren't they? Do they have that second goal in them? Well, I like what I'm seeing from Reims here. I might have a bit of a punt here. Let's have a quick look. Oh, don't mention the Ajax match. Oh, absolutely robbed. That's going to be relatively high. I did this with Peterborough yesterday and it didn't pay off. At 3.6. This is just what I want to do. I would recommend you go match odds. Would be, well, could be the safer option, couldn't it? Match odds. So let's follow that line of inquiry. It's going to be tough for this lot to hold on to their lead. So laying Lorient 1.38. Don't forget to back Reims. Don't forget to back Reims at 26s. Just in case they score really quickly. And we got a goal back from Toulouse. That's a good sign, because now it gives you the opportunity to manage your position, hopefully, because there's about 20 minutes to go. As you could have done in that Ajax match by getting half of your stake back. See, you can get the vast majority of this back. That's what I'm quite keen on doing. Although, let's have a look. No, I was thinking about insurance. I'm going to do a Gareth. Although I could stay in, to be honest. There's 20 minutes to go. But I've decided to get some of my money back. Take a £16 loss here. But at 1-2, there is a possibility of getting involved again. So Lorient and Reims. Let's just check the in-play stats again. I'll just check the chat again. Lorient and Reims. 8 shots on, 6 off and 7 corners. How long is left? 12 minutes to go. Can Lorient score a second goal? Toulouse goal back, and I did say to myself, if I get the goal back, I'm getting out. A goal back, you'll be waiting for that 2-2 now to make a profit. I'm quite happy to take the stake back. It was a mistake to start with anyway, trusting a side like this. But as you can see, the market got it right, didn't it, from both teams to score no perspective. Looks like that goal's been disallowed as well. So all of my efforts are going to be reversed. So my stake has gone back and it remains as is. So academic, really. We've got a Dundee equaliser, thankfully. Sorry I didn't hear about that one. It's just come up now. Excellent. Glad to hear that. So we can take a bit of a green out of that one. not much of a profit there, but I'll have to take the green because I've been made a loss on the Toulouse match and on the Ajax match earlier on, so I'm hoovering up as much as possible and importantly getting this back into my betting bank. So that's looking a bit rosier. So Dundee United equaliser. Dundee equaliser. What a pity about this Toulouse goal. It would have been a great time for that goal to have stuck. Because as you can see, we could have got out with a lot of our stake back. So just frustrating. 98th minute Ajax goal disallowed for a rather nice 3-3 and a profit. What a pity. VAR, whoever came up with that, needs to be shot. Toulouse just had a goal disallowed. That would have given you a good opportunity to cash out for a marginal loss. They look like they could get a goal back. Dundee have equalised, so do check your position there. So I'm glad that we've got that Dundee equaliser. If you went match odds as well, you can check your match odds position, which I can show you that because I think I showed you that in simulation mode. You're always going to get a better profit in the match odds. So let's have a look. So you're going to get a £15 profit as it stands. But what you can do, if you're a bit worried about the quality of these teams, is to try to negate these losses. You can do this by variable profit Dutching again. Let's get rid of this. There we go. Well, it's only a £4 loss, so is it really worth getting rid of? You're more interested in negating the loss for St Johnstone at 8.4, so that would cost about £8 or thereabouts. A little bit more because you're keeping the loss on the draw and you're loading up on Dundee. So we're getting all the way down. Have a nice profit on Dundee FC and a marginal loss on the other two results. And as ever, you can just keep the green screen. If you want to bail out now, you could get out. So that looks quite nice. I quite like what I'm seeing there. Dundee FC stats were good and they thoroughly deserved that equaliser, must be said. Ream are knocking on that door, aren't they? Now I might try my highly risky strategy. I wouldn't recommend it for you, but it's just a bit of fun for me. The best way to get involved is the match odds market, of course. So I'm just going to have a bit of fun with this. So I'm laying over 1.5 goals. Personally, don't follow me up with this because it's high risk. We saw it at Peterborough, it went all Lionel Blair with Peterborough yesterday. And 3.05 not going to be matched at all. So I'm going to go all the way up here. So that's £45.23 to use here on the Ream +1. £45.23. At 4.7. Let's see what that comes to. So it's be a £66 profit if Ream can equalise. 86 attacking pressure index, 10 shots on, 7 off and 7 corners, 67 dangerous attacks to 25. Lorient are 17th in the league. They'll be digging in for that 1-0 win, I suspect. Bringing on defenders, taking off attackers. 3 points will be absolutely crucial. And you can check, because we're getting to that stage of the season. Check your league positions in the live standings here at Soccer 24. Brilliant facility, particularly at the end of the season, the last days of the season. So as you can see, crucial they'll be equal on points with Lyon. And it's amazing to see Lyon all the way down here. What on earth's gone on with them this season? Awful. Wow. So this is vital for Lyon. Reims, but if they can get a draw, it'll be up to 31 points, knocking on the door of the Europa Conference League place. And it's so tight all the way up to 4th, only 5-point gap, that if they can aim for the win, zoom, they're up to 33, just knocking on the door of Lens. But of course this can all go pear-shaped for me with a second Lorient goal, and remember they did score 2 goals in each of the last 2 matches, so I am prepared to take the hit. But this has paid off quite well with some really big wins in some other matches. I'm hoping that the amount of time left is not enough for Lorient to score a second goal and for Reims to look for that equaliser. So well done to Dundee FC. At least one of these is reading the script.
Has been suspended.
Suspended market. There we go. I've been done by that 2-0. Oh, kicking the knackers. There we go. That's me done and dusted there. So that's the high risk, high reward. But when it doesn't come off, you'll be better off going to the match odds, as I say. Because if you go to the match odds, you've got a lower liability there. But that pretty much sums up that. Oh dear. Bad luck today, particularly with that Ajax. Could have really done with that coming in today. And that Toulouse goal could have done with that sticking in the 75th minute. So get rid of that one. And Kifisias, well, look at this. You're highly likely to see Volos score. At this rate, this is a newly promoted side and they are awful. But you're getting, having delayed, look, you're getting odds on now. So if you can get to 1.25, it'll certainly be a drip lay for me there. Mechelen and Genk, 1-1, no great opinion there. So I'll take that off the watch list. Anything else? Well, Panathinaikos already 2-0 up, so that's pretty much job done. Monza did have a penalty call, but look at this lack of shots on target, so I wouldn't be laying that draw just yet. Clermont, red card late on against Brest. Clermont, red card late on against Brest. Servette, slightly odds on. And Basel against Saint Helene. No strong opinion there, as you can tell by the market, 2.4 the favourite. But Saint Gallen, 4th in the league, so that deserves a little bit of respect. Mallorca and Rayo Vallecano, very tough to read. This is one of those matches where, a bit like Luton and Sheffield United yesterday, where both teams will be eyeing the possibility of 3 points against lesser lights. And they need the wins, don't they? Look at all these losses and draws recently. Dundee and St Johnstone, well, we got the equaliser which we needed. So there's not much really to report. I might call it a day at 4 o'clock. And we've got a big chance for, I don't know who that was for, but the Lorient goal, was it a penalty? Was it from open play? Bakayako. So they're making a good fist of it, aren't they? Going for survival. A vital win for them. I'm just getting Football 24 back up. So what have we got upcoming? Nigeria and Ivory Coast. Very tough to read these finals. 2.8 the favourite. Not interested. Aston Villa Man U, very tough for me to read that one as well. But if Garnacho and Hoyland are turning up, they tend to both score when they're both playing. So let's see if they're in the lineups today. Alright, just try this. Here we go. Hoyland and Garnacho are both in the lineups, yes. Rashford as well, and Mainu. He's had a good set of matches. Buendia's out for Aston Villa. Tyrone Mings is out. Wan-Bissaka, Mason Mount, Martinez, Martial, Malacia and Wan-Bissaka. He's out twice. There we go. On the bench, Anthony couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo. Scott McTominay can get a goal or two. They're in trouble. But I do like these two when they're both playing. Højlund and Garnacho. They've started to score goals both together. Been quite impressive of late. Man U putting on a good run as well. Look, I think if you look against West Ham, Garnacho and Højlund, Højlund and Garnacho, indeed. You look against Wolves, Garnacho and Højlund, Højlund, well, and McTominay. Volendam have scored first against PSV Eindhoven. That could be good news for backers there. But how do you get involved? There's such short odds. It's very difficult to find the value. You might just have to sit on your hands for this particular match. 1.13 pre-match favourites PSV Eindhoven. $1.25 now for PSV if you fancied that. But the only real way to get involved, as I say, the goals come far too early. There's absolutely no way of creating any value at all because the market's it's not worried at all. It's got 88 minutes remaining, and look at this half-time market. Absolutely nothing doing there either. Well, they can get evens about PSV in the half-time market. First half goals 2.5 is quite tasty at 1.7, but it's still odds on. So it's a very, very tough one to read. Only the one dropping of points today for PSV, or this season for PSV, was against, I can't remember who it was against, but it was a 1-1 draw. All of the other matches have been wins. I just can't give you an angle in this particular instance for PSV Eindhoven. The goal has come far too early to have us interested, I'm afraid. What a pity. Normally such short odds, 1.13 or something like that, or even shorter. One of these two sides, Feyenoord and PSV, one of these two were 1.11, there we go, and 1.25. So that's telling you we're expecting a goal before half time. Volendam opening goal, second minute. So we will see what we will see there. So I might call it a day at 4 o'clock, but maybe pop on this, just pop on the website and Telegram afterwards.
This market has been suspended.
Oh, suspended market. That's probably the end of the rematch. No. Okay. Kifisias and Volos. If you're delayed, and Dundee United have got the win. Dundee FC have got the win.
This market has been suspended.
Thoroughly deserved, you would say. That's at least one of them is reading the script, and I wonder if Toulouse will give us a goal. That's the Servette opener against newly promoted Yverdon. Yeah, odds of 1.11, so there's very little we can do. Moyes out. Well, I wouldn't say Moyes out. They've just caught Arsenal on a good day. He's had an excellent season, to be honest. It's just one of those days. It's huge motivation for Arsenal because of Liverpool and Man City's wins the day before. So no panic stations yet for David Moyes, football genius. I'm sure he'll be back. Possibility to lay this draw second half for Karabag. Mechelen and Genk. I can get rid of Toulouse and Nantes. That goal, we could have done with that goal sticking. Just that kind of day today, isn't it, for a couple of these matches? Very hard to trust. Monza and Verona, I'm glad I delayed there. They do have second half goal records if you wanted to lay that draw late on. We can have a look. Monza and Verona. just in case this second half goal pattern emerges. So let's see if we can get... There we go. Just in case, because if you've got the spreadsheet, 8 out of 9 goals scored away have come second half. Scored and conceded in the last 5 and the last 8 away. No draw in 5 at home for Monza, and 0-0 is a draw, of course. And the fact that the clock's not our friend means you're getting very short odds about laying that late draw there. So hopefully we get a result, but I'm not expecting much in a couple of dodge pot matches there. So let's work our way through. Got the Dundee win, that was good. Mallorca, tough match to call. So we're getting a few tough matches to call now. If you wanted to lay the draw in the Caficias match, well, you're getting to the right stage of the match if they can take advantage of the red card. .21, so a nice bit of drip laying. Because of the red card, you never know. They do score, they tend to score, but not the greatest side on the planet, are they? So 1.19, win a fiver. 1.14, 1.09, win 11 quid, and 1.06 to win 16. So just leave those. If they get matched, great. If they don't, your maximum liability will be about 3 or 4 quid. See whether they've got a goal in them, but newly promoted are just the one shot on target since the 52nd minute. It's poor stuff. And this involves both teams as well. You can see Volos have had a 79th minute shot. So it's well worth delaying on that one. So let's go through. Steve Biko playing. And that ends already, so I was mugged by the odds. Very inaccurate. Oh no, it's a Caficias match. Sorry, the Monza Verona has ended 0-0. So I'm glad I delayed there. So that's about it at the moment. Not the most outstanding set of matches at present. So I'm just going to have a break now rather than call it off. See if I can. I don't know how to have a break on this. Yeah, Bosun PSV have scored 4 against 12th, 6th against 14th, 4 against 16th, and 3 against 18th, and play 17th today. They are expected to slaughter Volendam today. Let me just call it an intermission, just for 10-15 minutes. I'd just like to have a bit of a break. Got a bit of a headache. So let me try this intermission tab. I don't know how it works. How has that turned up here? No, it's still going. Okay. This is Streamlabs. I'm not sure how it works. So if I can dark mode, new scene. I don't know what you're going on there. Right. You just have to excuse me for a sec, try to solve this problem. Are PSV involved in Europe as well, just before I go? I don't think they are. But they are away from home, aren't they? And we can check here. Ah, 20th of February. Toulouse have a goal back, but it's wouldn't that have been wonderful, eh? 75th minute, if that goal had stood, that would have been great. They've got a goal back, make it 1-2, but far too late. Real pity. Well, the PSV are involved in the Champions League on the 20th of February, but that really should not affect them today, should it?
This market has been suspended.
What a pity with Toulouse goal coming far too late. So I'm just going to have a small break now. I don't know how to have a small break on this. So I will be back at...
This market has been suspended.
I will be back at 4:15 p.m. Okay. So that's a Servette red card against Yverdon. I wonder if Yverdon can take advantage. So I'll be back at 4 p.m. 4:15. Not sure what I'm doing. Sources, be right back. There we go. That's the image. Has that come up?
This market has been suspended.
Okay. Well, there we go. I don't know what you're doing staring at me like this. There we go. Be right back. Back at 16:15 or thereabouts. Okay. See you a bit later.
Ajax have another goal back, 3-2 against him.
Right.
98th minute, Ajax.
So I'll see you at 4:15. I'll just turn everything off. So see you a bit later. Absolute cunts. Hello? Can you see and hear me okay? Am I back? Am I back? So I hope you can see me okay. Can you see me? Oh, hear me? I don't know how to get rid of this be right back thing. You can see and hear me okay. Can you see the screen? Can you see all the different screens? So all I've got is a be right back. Oh, that's great. I've got be right back on my screen, so that doesn't help. Okay, well, we've got Alaniaspor scoring first against Fenerbahce as well. This is the same problem as the PSV match. I've just got a few nibbles, some guava and some jackfruit, so have to excuse me. We have Las Glints starting, 1.67 favourite. Raika, and of course Aston Villa, Man United. If Højlund and Garnacho turn up, could be an interesting match. Newcastle got an unexpected 1-3 win against Aston Villa recently. That's the first time in a long time that Aston Villa failed to score 2+ goals at home. The mighty Hoff, as Bosun said, tough to read, but you're normally expecting a goal before half time for the Hoff. And of course the older Edwardians are playing in Sierra Leone, which is fantastic stuff. Black screen now, okay. Right, you're going to have to bear with me because I'm brand new to all of this. I really don't know what I'm doing. I've got the be right back here, so can I remove be right back? Yeah, you'll have to excuse me, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, still black screen, okay, thank you. Screen capture, let's get that back up and running. So can you see the screens now? I've got the screen capture back up. So I've still got the be right back screen. Yeah, you'll have to excuse me, I don't know what I'm doing here. So I've got the entire screen done. Thanks very much, Bosun. So can you see and hear the screen, Robert? Can you see the in-play stats? Can you see the in-play stats? Can anyone help me, please? Can you see the in-play stats feed? If I could get an answer from somebody, please, I'd appreciate it. You can, brilliant. Thank you very much, that's excellent. So I presume we're all up and running again. Brilliant. Okay. So they've been a bit tight of late, but they've been playing some decent sides, PSV. One loss was in the cup. This was where they dropped their unbeaten run, well, win only run this season. And Volendam, well, it looks a bit terminal for them. 2 of their goals coming second half last match. They do tend to keep it tight, as you can see there, against Utrecht. So, matches of interest currently. Well, Sabah opening up against Karabag, probably not liquid enough. Las Glints, good start from Austrian Klagenfurt. Rijeka just the one shot on target. The mighty Hof should fancy themselves today. Köln find it very hard to win, but if we have a look at the spreadsheet, 2 score draws latest for the Hof. 13 out of 18 goals conceded at home have come in the first half by them as well. Aston Villa and Man United. Aston Villa, 8 out of 11 goals conceded at home have come second half, so they're very tight in the first half. 12 out of 14 goals conceded away have come second half for Man United. Both teams scored in the last 3 away matches, last 3 at home. And they scored first in 8 out of 11 at home and led at half time in 7 out of 11 at home. A draw and 4 defeats away against the top 9 saw United fail to score in 4 matches, so that's interesting, but you've seen a marked improvement in them recently. Thanks very much, Gordon and Bosun and Robert, appreciate that. I've still got the be right back screen, you see, so that's what's confusing me. Well, I wonder if I go to the live. There we go, great. So if you click on the live, great, thank you for that. I'm just new to this Streamlabs. As with anything new, it will take a short while for me to get used to all of the bits and bobs. So we're still waiting for PSV to do a number on Volendam today. As Bosun said, they tend to score 3-4 plus goals against teams in Volendam's section of the league. But this is troubling period for Volendam. They need to pick up points. PSV have been a bit lacking in front of goals of late. But surely, lowering of the sights today. Good start from Spezia against Ternana. This is a relegation 6-pointer. 17th against 19th. Second half beginning. But most of the action first half. So just let this one warm up a little bit. But when you've got 2 sides at the wrong end of the table like this, there's a possibility that we could lay that draw. Transgender swimmer means major competition. Oh, okay. Right, just going to go to soccer stats and have a look at the form for these 2 sites. Okay. So I want to see if they've got a good avoidance of 0-0s. Well, it looks as if Ternana do, but they're on a run of 2 consecutive 1-0s. No wonder it's a 0-0 at half time. And it took Venezia, who I think are top of the league, to score in the 84th minute. But the last 0-0 they had was the 3rd of September. Spezia, they last had a 0-0 8th of November. The home side Ternana have conceded in each of the last 15 matches, and Spezia have conceded in each of the last 6 and the last 5 away matches. 17th against 19th. So as I say, relegation 6-pointer for me. I don't like that 0-0 against bottom side Lecco for Spezia, but all of the other matches, both sides will be fancying their chances, won't they? both picking up 2 goals regularly against 16th and lower. So that's a positive sign there. It is a relegation 6-pointer. You'd be expecting them to be targeting each other for the 3 points, a bit like Luton and Sheffield United yesterday. PSV just the 1 shot on target, producing the goal. 5 shots off, 2 corners. Are they going to be stumbling? They have had a bit of a wobble of late, but they have played Ajax, Feyenoord in the cup, and Utrecht, which ended their winning sequence in the Eredivisie. So let's work our way down. Mechelen and Genk, I don't have a strong opinion there. Lyon did concede against Montpellier, but that's just been discounted. 15th in the league, Lyon, in relegation trouble. So again, 0-0 will not suit them. So let's just work away. It's not the best set of matches, so I'll stay here for a bit longer and see what comes up. But I might have to call it a day early if we don't get the quality of football that we want. Fenerbahce and Alaniyaspor. Let's see how we can attack that one. Good reaction to going a goal down for Fenerbahce, so that automatically opens the door up to a possible half-time play. So let's have a look at this one. As ever, cover your insurance premium. Lay over 1.5 goals, and that will free you up now to explore the other markets that are available. But you could play half-time, of course, if you wanted. This is the 90-minute route. Fenerbahce +1 going to be a bit skinny, 1.2 or even lower. Wow. So your only choice is match odds. It's a bit like the PSV match. There's very little to be had here, isn't there? So I'm not sure. I think only the half-time market if you wanted to play here. Going to the half-time market. Just cleans the screen up a bit. So the half-time score, you'd be speculating on Fenerbahce getting an equaliser. So a bit like you did with the Arsenal match, 1-1, 2-1, and don't be shy with the any unquoted. I know there's only 15 minutes to go, but it's only at 18. Well, this could be an illiquid market, that's the problem. Up at 24s now. So let's just start loading up there. And Montpellier have scored first against Lyon, who are in a whole spot of bother at the wrong end of the table. This might not be worth doing because you can see similar odds, 1-0 and 2-0, suggesting a lack of liquidity. So if you get that case, first half goals 2.5 if you wanted. That would capture any Fenerbahce goal equaliser before half time, given we've got very little leeway. And laying unders, it's not very good, is it? So it's just one of those matches like the PSV match. You're just going to have to take your medicine and say, there's nothing doing for me here, I'm afraid. Okay. Only other option, if you trust the pre-match odds, 3-1, any other home win. That could get you something there. Stake available, for example, 40 quid, and it will spread your profit. That's the only real way we can get value at the half-time market for these very shorty odds teams who concede first. So those are your options with Fenerbahce. Of course, your other option is just to delay, just to wait, see if you can get better odds. But they're looking good. PSV are looking good as well. Half-time markets are the only real markets of value. Very little value to be had from either side. .5 the favourite Montpellier and Lyon. Lyon desperate need of points. Started off brightly but conceded early. Yeah, it's excellent, Robert. I really like this Streamlabs. I just need to get to know how it works. Rijeka starting brightly, 17 minutes in. Pre-match 1.53 favourite. Hoffenheim, Köln about to begin. Let's have a look at the research for that match. Hoffenheim and Köln. 2 losses and 2 draws, latest for the mighty Hoff. Only 1 win since the 4th of November. It's a typical Hoff season, isn't it? They started so well though. Both teams have scored in the last 9 home matches. 8th against 16th. Hoff have only 1 loss home and away against teams below them in the league. So that's a positive for them today. 1-3 win last head-to-head. 13 out of 18 goals conceded at home have come in the first half. Only 3 wins all season for Köln. So they are vulnerable if leading Köln, you would say. Only away win was against bottom of the league. So that would give us an angle in. If Köln scored first, there is a both teams to score angle for the Hoff. Look at Fenerbahce, it's 15 minutes to half time. But we saw the half time markets were pretty scarce, weren't they? That would be my only real way to play. My preferred route would be the 1-1, 2-1, any unquoted. But as you can see, they keep flitting in and out of the odds. It's a very illiquid market. £1,000 matched. We're not sure if we're getting accurate odds, particularly for the 2-1. But you can give it a go. Again, if you can use Dutching back, 1-1, 2-1, any unquoted. I'll do something different. I'll just do a stake available at the moment. So make that whatever stake you want. You could have required profit if you wanted, or the opposite, variable profit, loading profit on the 1-1. Why don't I try that just for a change? Instead of loading profit on the big scoreline, which worked for the Arsenal match, we could load profit on the 1-1. That looks the nearest scoreline. Your stake will be whatever you fancy. With variable profit Dutching, you can change your stake, of course, to suit. So both sides are warming up nicely, aren't they? It's 2 shots on, 7 off and 3 corners for Fenerbahce. Possibility of that goal before half time. PSV, if they don't score first half, they're highly likely to score second half, but again, very difficult to find the value. As with Liverpool yesterday, the value with PSV might lay in the correct score market. So the PSV, we're looking at 1-3, any other away win. Again, it's not offering you much at all, is it? It's a foregone conclusion, says the market. So in matches like this, you just have to say the side's such a strongly favoured side that it's not giving me anything at all. So you've got variable profit, or you've got required profit, or you've got your stake available, or you've got your variable profit ratio, which will load more profit on the nearest scoreline or the shortest odds scoreline. So let's try stake available for this particular one. These could be traded. It looks liquid enough. If we get a quick goal from PSV at the beginning of the second half. Volendam will be keen to keep it tight. And it is 1-1 at half time. So keep an eye on Tonana and Spezia. As I say, relegation 6-pointer. These two tend to be scoring 2+ goals against each other. We've got a red card for Basel against St Gallen, who are favourite. So you'd expect St Gallen to take advantage of this, particularly in the second half. So we're getting, I think this will be the end of the first half, I think. Or is it the beginning of the second half? I'll just wait and see if we get any more minutes popping up. Then it will suggest, if it gets to 50, it will suggest it's the beginning of the second half for the Swiss Super League. St Gallen were favourite pre-match already, I think. No, they weren't. It's 2.3 the favourite. So keep an eye on St Gallen's in-play stats. Already pretty good prior to the red card. So we've got the Premier League beginning, Aston Villa and Man United. Possibility both teams to score today. Watch out for the possibility of a Garnacho Højlund double act, as they have been doing very recently as well. Aston Villa are likely to try and keep tight, get a reaction to that 3-goal deficit against Newcastle United. Anything else? Let's have a look. There's been an equaliser for Austria Klagenfurt against third in the league Lask Linz. Not quite going the way of the market, and indeed a deserved equaliser as well. 1 shot on 6 off and 2 corners. I'd expect a reaction from Lyon at some point. They're playing a lower tier side, so they should be eyeing something. They desperately need points. They're in the completely wrong end of the table. Manisa already leading. We can get rid of that in Turkish 1 League. And the red card for Yverdon did see them lead, but Servette have got a goal back. This could be a case of Yverdon being so poor that they can't get past 10 men. I think there was a strong favourite Servette pre-match, 1.8 favourite pre-match. Well, Mainz did score a goal today, but 3 goals conceded against Stuttgart. That's exactly what we really expected today. Looking for a Mainz opening goal there, but it didn't come. So I'll see how long I can last on this, because it's not the greatest set of matches in the world at the moment. And the old Mozzies are at me again. So you can see the 2 shots on 7 off and 3 corners for Fenerbahce. Second against 15th. Are they going to get a goal before half-time? It's the best way to attack these short-priced favourites, is in the half-time market. That's where you create the value. And you keep your liability low as well, because you've got a natural cap on the amount of time left in the match. Man U and Aston Villa just kicking off. I can't watch the match, I'm afraid. Although I can try to get it on my phone. I can't watch it on this stream. Let's have a look at this. I'm still smarting from that Ajax match earlier on. That could have been a rather nice play, that one, couldn't it? So I expect a competitive match today. Don't forget, Aston Villa tend to score first at home. Man United have had trouble scoring, even scoring against these top 9 sides. But recent form, they've had no trouble scoring recently. So I wonder which way Man United will go. They're not that readable, are they, as a trading side? That's what makes life a bit tough for them. So we're waiting for that to unfold. And the mighty Hoff and Curl now would expect at least a goal before half time. Certainly I would welcome a Curl opening goal. Because they have such a poor win record this season. And the Hoff tend to score and concede. They're on a run of score draws, as you know. So let's see if I can get the... Probably can't get the Man United match up on my phone because it's got far too many adverts on this crick player. No, online tests and all the rest, so maybe not. I have to view it via the in-play stats. Right, not to worry then. So, not much occurring at the moment. I'll have a go till 5 o'clock and then I'll reconsider. We're 66 minutes in. It's getting a bit tighter now, isn't it? Because Spezia had a good first half. Got a 58th and 68th minute. These two tend to be scoring against fellow strugglers. 17th against 19th at this stage of the season. You would be looking at these draws ending out of desperation more than anything. So let's have a look. Tonana against Spezia. So I would just lay the draw to a fixed liability and just hope that the need for points would get them across the line. There's always the problem, of course, two similarly struggling sides could cancel each other out. And if you were a bit squeamish about this, you could wait till you get a third of liability as loss. Third of liability as loss, which would be £13. So you can say to yourself, I'm going to give these two until this loss hits £13 for them to conjure up a goal. If they don't, I've got the option to cash out, take 2/3 of my liability back into the bank, as you saw in the Ajax match earlier on. At the 3-2, you could have got out of your +1 with half of your stake back in your bank. And indeed, if you went match odds, you could have got out with just a slight green screen and just said it's not their day today. So that's an option. We'll have to keep this monitored until it hits the 13 and just hope that the need for points and indeed the solid performances, both sides solid performances against fellow strugglers, can conjure up a goal. It's nice and competitive, but it's severely lacking in those shots on and off target. Yeah, you're very welcome to come down, Robert. I'm in Huahin. Be nice to see you. You'd be very welcome. It's a long way down. They've got the new train station up and running. So it's a nice quick route down from Bangkok. Karabag first in the league. It's 2-2. I don't know if you wanted to drip lay the late draw in the hope that top of the league will get a result. As you can see, we're now facing a £3.50 loss. So once this hits a third of your liability, you've got an option to get out and say to yourself, I've given them a chance. I'm not happy staying in Your other option, of course, is to use the lay 1 to 4 staking plan. That way you can stay in until the 90th minute. Let's have a look at Karabag. So we've got the Karabag match. You could even place your drip lays in now. They are top of the league. Starting off at 1.25 to win £5 as your backer's stake. 1.19 to win £5. 1.14 to win £5. 1.09, because the liability is so low, you can increase your potential profit to £11, which is just under a quid. And then 1.06 up to 16, which is still under £1. Maximum liability will be about £4.50, something like that. Maximum return, if everything's matched and we get a goal, will be about £45. It's about a 10 to 1 return there. Manchester United have scored the first goal against the Villains. Likely Højlund or Garnacho. Am I correct? We'll soon find out. So let's have a look, see who's got the first goal. So Aston Villa might be going through a bit of a rough patch at the moment with that loss. Luke Shaw puts a cross in the box, but the defender gets there first. Ball is out of play. Haven't got a clue who's got the goal just yet. But these two are in sparkling form at the moment. Højlund and Garnacho really getting the goals. And Højlund has the goal. So he scored yet again. It's a surprise to see Rashford here. He's normally in a pub in Belfast by now. Just a tough match to read, I'm afraid, Manchester United. I don't know what to make of them. Whether we take them on or not, I just don't know. They've started to put together a good sequence. Looks like Fenerbahce won't get that goal before half time. So you've got a second option. Rayo Vallecano have just scored against Mallorca in that battle of the dodge pots. 2.63 the favourite. Very tough match to read, that one. St Gallen look like they're going to take advantage of that Basel red card. So let's have a look at how we can approach that match. So we've got our drip lays waiting for Karabag. Let's go to the Basel match, where it looks as if St Gallen could take advantage. Now if the draw odds are low enough, again you can do a similar, lay the draw here to a fixed liability. And if the team with 11 players scores first, that's what you're after. Just a bit of a gap between the back and the lay odds here. Just want that to tighten a bit.
This market has been suspended.
So we've got a suspended market somewhere. So I'll pop this down to, there we go, it's getting a bit tighter. 2.5, 2.46. See if that gets matched. Now if the team with 11 players scores next, those draw odds are going to rise markedly. That's what you're pinning your hopes on. So it's all looking good with the attacking pressure indexes. Not so good with Aston Villa. Good start from Man United there. Fenerbahce, well, looks as if the second half will have something to attack. The draw odds could be nice and low. No, not the draw odds, Alanya Spor's odds, but they're still at 5s, aren't they? So still a little high. But 1.2 favourite. You saw it with Liverpool yesterday, drawing at half time at 1.18 odds. They produced a 3-1 scoreline. That's what you're expecting of Fenerbahce, 3-1 or any other home score. Similar story with PSV Eindhoven as well, at such short odds, 1-3 any other away score. Those would be the key scorelines which we normally see reflected in such short odds favourites at those kind of 1.18 and lower. They were, Bosun, Aston Villa, going through a bit of a rough patch, aren't they, at the moment? FA Cup, though, a couple of 1-3 defeats at home, a very strange result. It reminds me of Besiktas, 3 consecutive 1-3 defeats for them. But we could see the possibility of both teams scoring today, but looks like Den Haag is getting a good tune out of Garnacho and that. But they are full of goals, Man United, at the moment, but they are conceding as well at the same time. So let's see if that red card can yield us a profit. Again, it's one of those days where we've got suspended market. Excellent. Now, if St Gallen have scored first, we're going to see a huge move in the draw odds. Basel have scored first. That means that the draw odds are going to flatline. And what it means, you're going to have to get out. Red carded Basel have scored first. So the market's going to be naturally inclined towards the draw being the most probable next scoreline. We had this yesterday, didn't we? You must get out. You'll get out with a marginal gain here. But do get out. Now, make sure you take a small gain, but please get out. And then we can attack this again. If you keep looking for the possibility of a St Gallen win here or an equaliser, you could lay over 1.5 goals. Again, it's a bit skinny, isn't it, there? Well, the difference between that and that is quite big. Showing a lack of liquidity. So just give it some breathing space, or create your own odds. So we can get down. It's just the layers want to lay at as low odds as possible. The backers want to back at as high odds as possible. It's just an awfully illiquid market. So you can lay over 1.5 goals to win the stake you want to use. But let's just check the St Gallen +1. It's probably going to be very skinny at evens.
This market has been suspended.
So you'll have to go match odds. So let's have a look. This is just an option, the insurance option, but as you've seen time and time again, it does tend to pay for itself. Laying over 1.5 goals covers that unexpected 1-0 lead for Basel. Now you've got £39.20 to work with. Split that into two, that's £19.60. £19.60 as liability. You could now back St Gallen at quite a tasty 6.2. Playing against 10 men. You will have a marginal loss on the draw, but you're getting odds on about a side with half an hour to go, down to 10 men who are leading. So that for me looks quite reasonable, doesn't it? We can have a look at the in-play stats again, and just to show you how it looks. There we go. it's not all matched. Some of it should be matched, but I know this is taking into account the profit we made earlier, isn't it? So the Fenerbahce match ends 0-1 at half time, but I think attacking the half time market was the way to go, really, wasn't it? Looks like Aston Villa are putting in a good account, aren't they? A possibility of both teams to score is a very strong Manchester United trend of late. And let's see if we got matched in the Karabag match, because we've had a goal. Let's have a look. Did we get matched? Well, we only got a small smidgen matched, which was a pity. Now, you've got the choice when you do this lay of the draw. You could pile in the whole lot at one set of odds, or you could do what I do and drip lay. But if you drip lay, you might just get the one matched, and it's a pity, because it's a really good return, isn't it, relative to the amount staked. That's probably the equaliser now for Karabag to make it 3-3, I bet you. Told you. Karabag have made it 3-3. So the ideal was to get out at that 2-3 for Sabah. So I can't get out of that now. But it's only a marginal liability, and all the rest of the
This market has been suspended.
have all disappeared. So you'd have picked up a marginal profit there had you laid that draw and got matched and cashed out. Tonana and Spezia again. I wasn't monitoring this, was I, for the £13. So you've got to keep an eye out if you're going to cash out early. It's gone up now to 17, as you can see. PSV have taken the lead 1-2 against Volendam. So that's part of your 1-3 any other home score if you followed me in there. So this Spezia Tonana, you should have really, I should have really been monitoring the match to get out at a third of liabilities lost, because these two, I don't like the league. They're both a bit dodgy, and I wanted to do a Gareth and bail out at a third of liabilities lost to get 2/3 of my liability back in my betting bank. So that's a pity. But when you're doing a live stream, of course, I can't be monitoring everything as I'd like.
This market has been suspended.
Suspended market. Is that Tonana and Spezia? That would be rather nice if it was. No, not getting any reaction from Football 24 there. So Basel and St Gallen, as you can see, one shot on, 7 off target and 11 corners. We just need them to get an equaliser, as they should really, but it's 2.3 the favourite. So the market didn't really give them a chance. They're in pretty poor form. They haven't scored in the last 2 matches either. So we were just hoping that the red card would do something here. Well done to PSV. Job done. So if you've got involved in the correct score market, you're up and running. Skinny odds, but that's the best you can do, I'm afraid. It's far better than backing them at 1.13 anyway, isn't it? So you get yourself a bit of green already, just for that single goal, because it comes so early in the second half. 52nd minute for PSV Eindhoven there. Robert's watching the Villa match, so let us know what you think, Robert, if you think there's any good signs. So Basel and St Gallen, we're pinning our hopes on a possible equaliser here, but the ideal is to lay over 1.5 goals for me to cover that 1-0 just in case. I think we can get rid of this now. It should be a bloodbath really for PSV Eindhoven. Fenerbahce as I've said about the PSV match, it's a similar story. Such strong favourites. Your natural inclination is to have faith in the odds being accurate, and by accurate I mean reflected in a scoreline of something like 3-1 or any other home score, which we've already put down, haven't we? But you could always delay, you could wait, you get better odds. That's why this service used to be called delay, react, trade. By delaying, you're getting bigger odds as a backer, you're getting shorter odds as a layer. If you can just keep delaying, you'll be fine. Slightly illiquid, as you can see there. The gap between the back and the lay odds is very poor indeed. But that would be a reasonable return relative to 1.11 pre-match odds. Now, Man United for me are a bit unreadable at the moment, but they have that both teams to score angle. Now, if you wanted to test it, again, it's a difficult match. Some teams are just unreadable, and unreadable teams are untradeable. So the half-time market might be an option here. Look at the odds. So this would give you an opportunity to dip your toe in to test whether this Aston Villa can get a goal, and if they can get the goal before half time, so much the better. They're certainly lighting up the in-play stats, and this is going to cost you next to nothing. Now if they can score very soon, those odds of 24 are going to plummet. We're not backing these odds because we want them to win at half time. We're backing these odds because we want a goal to come quickly, and if the goal comes quickly, their odds are going to plummet and the Man United odds are going to rise. So this is just dipping your toe in to see whether the attacking pressure index is looking good. 2 shots on 5 off and 2 corners. What are you seeing, Robert? Pretty even to me, not a good match, so probably as probably you thought. Indeed, Man United are a bit unreadable, aren't they, Robert, at the moment? So it's a match better watched when you've got unreadable sides like Man U, like the mighty Hoff. All hail to the Hoff. We normally see a goal before half time for the mighty Hoff, but you know what they're like. As dodgy as an Arthur Daly motor, the mighty Hoff. But yet again, make use of the half-time markets if you're not confident but you wanted to play. Really try to keep this liability as low as you can possibly get. What am I doing? So let's have a look. And well done to Mallorca. I was there during COVID. Got a bit of a soft spot for them. 2-1 lead against Rayo Vallecano. A tough match to call, that one as well. Half-time. Half-time. Or the half-time score. We normally expect a goal before half-time in the Hoffenheim match. That's the only reason I've got this up. Normally lay the 0-0 half-time score market. Somebody fancies FC Köln to be leading at half-time at 11.5, £219 match.
This market has been suspended.
Okay. Got a goal. Tonana and Spezia. Excellent stuff. So glad about that. And you're going to see a lot of this coming from February to April, May. Need points. We need points. Anything. Any team 17th or 18th playing another team in a similar position, regardless of the league. Do what I did. Just check out the matches. Make sure they're not collecting 0-0s recently. And there you go. You can collect a very decent return. Evens or thereabouts. Nice job. Now the odds So you could stick this in the draw 8.8, 1.71. So that's very decent odds. Now, what I was talking about with... Oh, sorry, I'm just going to get your message. I just... excuse me. I think a lot of 1-0s in the 70th minute mark could be worth laying Man United. I think you're spot on. It's going to be a bit of an ask, Robert, to expect Man United to win 1-0 when they've been conceding 2+ goals recently and having to score 2+ goals to actually win matches. So you're quite right. So Tanana and Spezia. I don't know what I was doing now. I've got a touch of the old Joe Biden's. I'm going to start walking into walls in a minute. Where was I going to go? I can't even remember. There's a confirmation of that Tanana goal. Cash out if you want. So any time coming up to April, when you see this kind of a football match, double figures, 17th against 19th, or anything involving a side. You just seen Lorient, didn't you? 17th in the league. I'll just get rid of some of these. Indeed, 17th of PSV, but preferably when they're playing fellow strugglers. Do target these matches. 17th against 14th arguably is one of those. We could have laid that late draw, couldn't we? Desperate need for points for Mallorca. And this is where the live standings will come in very, very handy for you. This is what we're going to do when we get to the end of the season. We're going to be using, on the last day of the season, we're going to be using these live standings to react to scores as they come in. Look at what this has done for Mallorca. It's really put a gap between them and 18th in the league. Take away 3 points from this and they're back in trouble. So that's what I'm saying. Targeting these draws in matches with teams at the wrong end of the table. Because a point is pointless. 3 points is where it's at to end your season on a bright note. So well done to Tanana and Spezia. I do hope you followed me in with that lay the draw. Yes, I know where I was going. I was taking you to the staking machine and the lay the draw. I'm just doing an article on big field handicaps at the moment. So where was I? Here we no, big field handicaps. So lay the draw, 1.71 for Tanana. Now this has produced a profit in each of the seasons I've trialled it at. You don't need this kit, by the way. Lay 1 to 4 staking plan. It's very simple to follow. So for example, Tanana 1.71, and this will be a profitable lay. So we're in a bit of a losing position at the moment. We had a 221 loss. We had a horrific run here of matches which didn't end in a draw. Sorry, did end in a draw when we laid the draw at half time. But we're still in profit. Got 107 to win back, starting with a £100 betting bank. The lay 1 to 4 staking plan is quite simply a very slight graduated loss retrieval staking plan. Perfectly suited to laying the draw second half. We've had 3 consecutive winners there now with that Tanana match, for example. Could have laid the draw in the PSV match, stuck that in there, but the liability would have been quite high because we're at the upper echelons of the lay 1 to 4, which you start off with £10 stake, 20, 30, and then it goes to 40 until you win back all of your losses. So had you included the PSV match, you'd have had another 40 back there as well, but a big liability if it ended in a draw. So it's an excellent technique. If you want more info, just email me or leave a message at footballtradingprofits.club and I'll speak to you or I'll sort you out with that. It had an excellent 2022 season. It's just good fun. It's just an additional way for you to make profit out of the football markets. And I've also been looking at
This market has been suspended.
backing just a goal in a match. I'll come into more of that when I can get time to trial the system. And do cash out as I cashed out, because it's now Tonana 1, Spezia 1. But that counts as a win because I got out with a near 100% profit. So I'll take that one. But Tonana 1, Spezia 1. Tonana will be absolutely gutted with that. And we did see both teams tended to have that positive performances against fellow strugglers.
This market has been suspended.
But boy, if you laid that Tonana at 101, Mystic Meg, ka-ching. So we're still waiting for something from St Gallen. This is why I've laid over 1.5 goals. I wonder if the Basel goal was a penalty. Hearts have been an excellent trading side of late. We're unlikely to see a trade today. They're taking the lead against the Adrionians. Barry scoring.
This market has been suspended.
Oh, we've got a suspended market. Is that a Fenerbahce equaliser perhaps? Is it a St Gallen equaliser? Is it another goal for PSV Eindhoven? Lasklints are lighting up the attacking pressure index. Third against fifth in the league. 1.5 favourite pre-match. Again, this is another one of those you might want to lay the draw second half if they can continue this pressure. Normally when we get to 97 up to 100, you'll see a goal arriving. That tends to happen so often. They do avoid draws, Lasklints, as you can see latest. Loss, win, loss, win, loss. They have had a winter break. So the majority of these have been friendly, so do ignore them completely. Look, friendly, 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 and then the Europa League. So a good 2-3 result against Salzburg, competitive, but not a win. So Austria Klagenfurt, this is their first match after the winter break. So you've got to factor that in as well. So we'll keep an eye on this, but again, if you want to take a chance with these, and hope that we get that goal second half, you could do that lay 1-4 staking plan, or you could get straight in here, hope that Lasklints will score first. Fenerbahce have equalised against Alanyaspor. Good news for your 3-1 any other home score. It was an obvious play, wasn't it? But the only value we could find was in the half-time market. So if you wanted to lay the draw here, get yourself a fixed stake. And again, you've got your options. Coming off the back of a winter break, these two might be a little lukewarm. But if you're scoring 2 goals against Red Bull Salzburg, you can't be that bad. So you could either wait until the death, take the hit, or get out with a third of liability as loss, which will be a third of 39, which is 13. 1-3. That's why I use that figure 1-3, 13. So let's go to the Fenerbahce match. Dusan Tadic. That's a familiar name. I think that was a penalty as well. Dusan Tadic. Get a lot of famous old stars turning up in the Turkish Super League. So where were we going? Correct score was the only real value, wasn't it? And you're going to see probably a similar profit margin to the PSV match, aren't you? So you've got an option to stay in, or you could be a trader and take some green. But there's always a lack of liquidity in these correct score markets, which is a slight trading headache. But it's 50 minutes. It's a very early goal. You've got 40 minutes for them to at least get that 2-1, to get that 3-1 and any unquoted motoring. And thoroughly deserved as well. Look at Las Glintz knocking on the door. Fenerbahce 4 shots on 10 off from 4 corners. St Gallen, the elephant in the room, 1 shot on target. And look at the insurance is paying off here. That's why I do insurance. It does provide you with that stopgap if what you expect to happen doesn't quite come up trumps. So normally what you'll see, if you've gone into the +1 market, you're making a profit because you've laid over 1.5 goals, which covers the 0-1, the 1-0 sorry, on this occasion. And you'll see, I think we went match odds, didn't we? This will be out of kilter, but only by £2. So I'll show you this as an example. If you're not happy with what you're seeing, and there's the Las Glintz goal, excellent stuff. So again, if you're utilising,
This market has been suspended.
so that's good stuff. Well done to Las Glintz. 2.62. So heading off here to our lay the draw. Hoffenheim and Köln is 0-0 at half time. So you could put Las Glintz in here. Was that 2.42? I think it was. So if this ends in a win, we get another £40 back off this. So lay 1 to 4 staking plan, very, very useful. Do Google it because you can get a free spreadsheet from some Australian website. I think it's called Tipping Sports. So we did lay the draw here. The right team has scored first. So just let it flesh out. As ever, the backers are being very cheeky, putting up these ridiculous odds, and so are the layers. Just wait for it to marry. And if you've had a bit of a loss earlier on, do take the green, please, and run to the hills. 0-2 already for Hearts against Adrianians. Really good SPL trading side, Hearts. Been absolutely superb of late. Well worth following. They're the best of the rest. If we take away Moneybags, Rangers and Celtic out of the equation, Hearts are 3rd in the league, having an excellent season in the SPL. So just wait for this to flesh out a little bit. It's going the way of the market anyway, so I'm hopeful it will remain at least 2-1. So we've just got to wait for the draw odds to just marry. 4.8 to back with only £9, 6 to lay with only £3. It's awful lack of interest from Betfarians there. So let's just wait for this to tidy itself up. So it's a good old strategy, Fenerbahce. The 2-1 is going to come very soon, so I might, if the draw odds are short enough, pass this on to telegrammers. Well, 4.2. So I might just pass that on. We're highly likely
This market has been suspended.
to see
This market has been suspended.
Fenerbahce end that draw to 1-1 against Alanyaspor. 110 on the attacking pressure index does normally suggest a goal will follow. 1.2 favourites pre-match as well. Draw odds are quite high at 4.3 if you want to wait. Or if you're at the YouTube, come along to the live stream. You've got all of the details at the websites, football20profits.club and .com, where we backed 3-1 any other home win earlier on. So if you want to lay the draw in the Fenerbahce match, it looks as if the goal will be coming, I hope, if the attacking pressure index is accurate. So let's see what we can see there. The value, of course, was this correct score play, wasn't it? If we can get that 2-1 nice and quick, it will light up. And then we got the 1-3 for PSV, as I was just about to say. So please remember, especially 1.2 favourites and lower, this is what you expect. 3-0, 3-1, any other score. Looks like the last Glintz goal has been disallowed, which is a real pity. Correct score. So now you're in profitable territory, which is excellent. You can consider whether to cash out now, but all you need is one more goal from PSV to guarantee you a return, because any other away win is a win for PSV with 4 goals or more scored. This will be scuppered if Volendam score a second goal, but this has come in the 75th minute, so you might want to consider it, because after all you are traders and you don't want to be holding on to a liability for too long. You don't want to drop from a £23 gain to a £40 liability, particularly if you've made some losses earlier on in the day. Unlucky losses, let's be honest. That Ajax referee is going to get some, I don't know what he's going to get through the post from me. He's certainly not on my Christmas card list, that's for sure. So please remember that. You saw it with Liverpool yesterday. 1.18 Liverpool, 1-1 at half time. Finished score, what was it? 3-1. It's no coincidence. The market knows. The market knows. So you could cash out now. Make sure that that £40 liability is returned to your bank and guarantee yourself a return. And you don't have to worry about any other goals being scored now. That's the beauty of cashing out. The earlier you can cash out, the less worrisome things will be. So that's nice and simple there. Yeah, staking machine is excellent, Robert. It's a nice bit of kit. Really do like it. I bought it before they made it into a monthly thing, thankfully. I've got the standalone.
This market has been suspended.
More suspended markets. Is that Fenerbahce scoring a goal? Let's look at the Basel match. Yes, it is. It's 2-1 for Fenerbahce. So let's see how that looks. 2-1 to Fenerbahce. Let's go to the correct score market. And again, that's incorrect. There's absolutely nought in the lay column. Let the market flesh out before you can have a look at your possible green screen here. Good, isn't it? 1.2 favourites Fenerbahce, 1.2 favourites PSV Eindhoven. Now, if you wanted to just trade these shorties, you're going to have a really high strike rate. And you can check this out for yourself. If you just head off into the My Games, check out your 1.2s and see
This market has been suspended.
the kind of score lines. It's very rare that they'll be producing a poor performance. 1.11, it's now 1.4. So you're guaranteed a return now. If you didn't cash out, you are guaranteed a return for PSV Eindhoven. And as Bosun said earlier on in the chat, many moons ago, that should have given you a bit of confidence from Bosun. PSV scored 4 against 12th, 6 against 14th, 4 against 16th, 3 against 18th. And they're playing 17th today. That's the importance of the challenge table. That's why I keep going on about this challenge table. It will give you an idea of expectation. This is what Bosun did. Nice bit of research. It'll give you some angles in. Head straight for the challenge table. We've got 17th against first. Now look at Volendam against the top sides. What happens here? 3-3-2, 3-2, 4-3, 5-4 conceded. So that gives you an idea. 0-0, 1 goal scored. Haven't scored that second goal against the top 13. So if they're conceding first, you can employ that 3-1, any other away score. This is what Bosun was talking to us about. Look at this. 3-6, 3-4, 3-3. How many 3-1 score lines have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will help you out in deciding which route to take, particularly if you fancy correct scores. I think Robert had 72p on the 3-1, so don't spend it at once, Robert, please. Invest wisely. Stick it in Bitcoin. What a pity that last Glint's goal didn't stand. We've still got 20 minutes for them to oblige, which I hope they will. Montpellier and Lyon. This is what I was talking about with these relegation threatened sides. Certainly if this was a draw late on, I would be laying it. I don't know if I can trust Lyon. They are like Sociedad. Is it Sociedad? Sampdoria. One of those sides who would just inexplicably underperform all of a sudden. They're in Serie B now, Sampdoria, having an awful time. I don't know if it's a lack of funds or something. I don't know, but it really is awful. So let's have a look at some of the other matches. Well, the market expects Rijeka, and it's 2-2. Fenner. Oh boy. That wasn't expected. So that's what I'm telling you about the green screens. If we can get out, it doesn't matter what happens after that. But now we'll be looking for Fenerbahce to score 2 goals more to make it 3-2, 4-2, like PSV Eindhoven. Get that any other scoreline. So this has scuppered things a little bit, but I wouldn't panic. If we can get to 3-2, we've got any other home win running for us. But as I say, if you can get a cash out, you don't have to worry about what happens afterwards. That's the beauty of the green screen. It just gives you peace of mind. So do please remember that as a trader. Anything that happens after you've greened up, who cares, man? It doesn't matter. So that's a good advert, isn't it, for the green screen. Just going to get rid of some of these. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala. So Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Guatemala. Don't think I'll be following these. So I wonder if that Alaniaspor goal was a penalty, because it's very much against the run of play. No, Augusto. Edin Dzeko is playing for Fenerbahce, amazing, and Dusan Tadic. So they are attracting some of the ex-absolute stars. And Soyuncu from Leicester City is now playing for Fenerbahce. He was a hell of a defender with his 1970s hair. Fantastic stuff. Certainly another possibility to lay the draw here. If I did cash out. I'm not sure if I did or not. So if you're a bit worried, you could take the £12 loss, because you're asking them now to score 2 goals, Fenerbahce, but 3.7 for any other home win. The market has relative confidence there. Hoff and Köln, do you want to lay the draw second half? This is a good defensive display from Köln, but they do need it. They're 16th in the league. It's another goal for PSV Eindhoven. Absolutely dominant display. as you'd expect. The only real value was in those correct score markets, wasn't it? Or overs markets, don't forget. Overs could have been a possibility, particularly with the news that Bosun passed on to us. You could have got involved in those markets. Slovenia, I don't think we'll be playing that just yet. Sevilla and Atletico Madrid, Champions League for Atletico Madrid, but not this week, I don't think. Or are they out of the Champions League? Let's have a quick check. I think it'll be either the 20th or 21st if they are involved in the Champions League. So it should not affect them today. Sevilla might be involved in Europe. They're normally a European side, aren't they? Historically, take European competition very seriously. Champions League on the 20th of February against Inter Milan for Atleti. That looks a fantastic match to watch. I might have to have a bleary-eyed stay up for that. That'll be a 3 a.m. start for me, that one. But I'm used to these nights now. It's midnight at the moment. I'm used to these late nights. As long as we're making some dough, that's all that counts. Sevilla look to be out of European club competition now, I think. Out of the Champions League to Lens, December 2023. Really poor performance. That's not like them at all. Normally take European competition, particularly the Europa League, extremely serious. Benrahma's gone to Lyon from West Ham. That's a very good buy for Lyon, isn't it, Ashley? Looks like you're the West Ham expert, so I won't mention the previous scoreline earlier on today. He's an excellent buy, Benrahma. Used to be Brentford, didn't he? Brentford, West Ham. Strange side to go to. Relegation threatened Lyon, but they're probably hoping for his goals to get them out of jail. And they're playing Montpellier today. 2 shots on target, 10 off, 3 corners, not looking rosy at all. So we've still got 23 minutes for Fenerbahce to get out of jail. But as I showed you with the Ajax, don't be afraid to take a red screen if it's just not gone your way and you didn't cash out. I could show you this now. At 12 would have been a lot better. Or you could cover the current scoreline. It's up to you. Because this was unexpected. It's normally 3-0, 3-1, any other home score. Now, any other home score could open up the opponent scoring 2 goals, of course, couldn't it? This is unexpected from Fenerbahce. A bit of a slip. Last glimpse we could have done with that goal standing because we're running out of time. 15 minutes to go to full time. Doesn't look like we're going to get much action from Lyon, even though they're in desperate need of points later on. Goritza and Rijeka, would you be expecting Rijeka to have done something here? 3 goals against Istra. Don't forget these sides are coming off the back of a winter break as well. Dinamo Zagreb beat Goritza 2-0. That's really something that Rijeka should be aiming at. They've scored 5 goals in the last 2 matches, Rijeka, coming off the back of the winter break. So the draw might be layable at some point. Don't know what to do with the Hoff and Köln. We normally expect a goal in the Hoff match. On a couple of score-draw sequences at the moment. Both teams have scored in the last 3. A comfortable head-to-head win, but Köln are at that stage of the season now with April in their sights. They must start picking up points at some point. And Lyon have equalised. Is that Benrahma? I wonder. That would be fascinating to find out. Desperate need for points. Köln, desperate need for points. Charleroi, well, not desperate yet. But this is that part of the season now where these sides are going to have to do something, pull something out of the hat. I think we can get rid of Hearts, Airdrie. Hearts are far too good for this lot, should be at least. Second in the league, Eibar as well. So it counts equally for top teams. Those with their eyes on the promotion spots as well. Anderlecht in second place, for example. Champions League spot for them. So do look at the league positions, particularly when we get into the last 2 months of a season. It could, and Slack Rocklaw first in the league, 3 shots on, 7 off and 2 corners. Could be a lay the draw second half, that one as well, couldn't it? They're top of the league at this stage of the season for a reason. It's not because they are sloppy. It's because they keep delivering. So it's simple as that. Lacazette scored. Another famous name. So they do have some good players in the ranks. Thanks for that, Ashley. They're trying to build up a team or an attacking team to get them out of jail. Alexander Lacazette. So it's quite a good forward line, isn't it? Lacazette and Benrahma. Matic, Tolisso, well-known name. And O'Brien from Ireland. Hello there. Nice to see you. Jake O'Brien. I'm French, don't you know, like. I'm as French as they come, like. Do you know what I mean, like? Wonder if he plays for Ireland, like. Ireland under 21 is fantastic stuff there now. 'Tis fierce great. So good old French name, Jake O'Brien. Fantastic stuff. Hope he's having a good season. So you can see in the live standings how much a win could do. And this draw even, psychologically important for Lyon, gets them out of the bottom 3. Huge significance to that goal for Lacazette, isn't it? Even a win today for both sides, it could catapult them up a couple of places near to Nantes, who've got that important win today against Dodgepot Toulouse, who disappointed us by not sticking that 75th minute goal, which could have got us out of jail. Man United Aston Villa is continuing second half. I don't have a strong angle, I'm afraid. Please remember, if you don't have an angle, regardless of whether it's on the telly or not, don't play. Slack Rocklaw look as if they could end this draw second half. I might take this one on, given their top of the league. They had a recent draw, and oh dear, that was a European friendly. So this lot are coming off the back of a winter break in the Polish Ekstraklasa. So just be very, very careful. Ring rustiness. So just be very wary there. Coming off the back of that winter break. Looking good though. Top of the league for a reason. If you're a bit worried about these leagues, do take your time to research Polish Ekstraklasa. Slack Rocklaw and Pogon. These are always good names. If you play Scrabble, you'll earn a lot of points, particularly with the Pogon and their second name. Slack Rocklaw have not lost a match since the 20th of August, but they have not played a match since the 15th of December, so please factor that in today. Had a 0-0 in the last home match. Wonder what they've been working on over the break. No defeat in 16 plays. A side is conceded in the last 5. Let's have a look through. I think we might have to go to FC Stats if it's working. It does tend to have its off times. But 10 out of 15 goals scored at home by Slask have come second half. 6 out of 7 goals conceded at home have come second half. 8 out of 13 goals scored by Pogon have come second half. 3 0-0s at half time at home, only 1 at full time. 4 0-0s at half time away, only 1 at full time. So good conversion rate, but what we don't have is the challenge table. If FC Stats is working, sometimes it doesn't work. So I might try it with Google. It is really, to get a clear indication, you do need to check the challenge table. This is the only place I can find the challenge table apart from Soccer Stats, and it looks like fcstats.com is down at the moment, which is a bit of a bind. I don't know if it's...
This market has been suspended.
And that's the end of the PSV match, 1-5 bringing home the money quite easily. And there's a Raika goal if you laid the draw there. 3 shots on, 7 off. And we've got to lay the draw in the last Glints match, but it's gone to the wrong team, so we might have to bail out. You might have to do a Gareth. So that's Lask, Linz. The wrong team has scored. Exactly the same as the last match we saw, wasn't it? The wrong team scored to end the draw. Make sure you cash out. The reason you're getting a bit more of a profit is because this is the 82nd minute. So make sure you cash out. Because the market will be expecting a draw. I call it flatlining. Hopefully this will all get matched and you can get rid of that. Let's try again. So please remember that if the wrong team scores and you've laid the draw, you've always got the option to get out with either a break even or a marginal loss. You can get involved again. Lask Linz will be kicking themselves if they don't get the result here, having just had a goal disallowed. Raika's goal has been disallowed as well. Oh, sorry, this is stuck. I'm just trying to get... That's the Fenerbahce match. So let's have a look at the Lask Linz in place. Let's have a look at that goal as well. It's very much against the run of the in-play stats, wasn't it? So go to Soccer 24. And this is all of the matches. And Lyon, what an important win this could be. Is that the West Ham boy? Ben Rama. Wow. They've got the lead against Montpellier. So do remember that at this stage of the season. Anything double figure odds, particularly 15th and lower, could see those draws dropping down like flies. I'll just wait and see. Wow. Let's have a look at Lask Linz. So Control and F. Come on. Oh, well, I'll do it manually then. Lask. Just have a look at that Austrian Klagenfurt goal. Kvetko. That looks like a goal from open play. Goal disallowed for a handball from Zuji as well. A couple of late Stokovic and Lukneda coming on for Lask Linz. Having a look at their in-play stats, they'll be bitterly disappointed here. This could be another one for me to throw my money in the bin and look for a late equaliser. Just have a look at the Lask Linz +1 comparative to the laying of over 1.5 goals. It's a bit skinny, 3.3. So I might wait and look to take on Austria Klagenfurt at some point. What a brilliant result for Lyon this would be. Again, if you go to your live standings, this will show you the importance of that goal for Lyon. Zooming them up the table. Importantly, putting a gap between them and Lorient. Lorient will need to win to catch up with them. They've got very negative goal difference, these two as well, so they need to start picking up wins. They've really picked up some good players as well. The fantastic Jake O'Brien, of course.
This market has been suspended.
Is that a Fenerbahce goal? No, it's the Raika goal. There we go. So Fenerbahce running out of time now. They have really slipped up here. And as I said, you could have cashed out at that 2-2 with a very marginal loss of about 12 quid. So please remember the ability to cash out if it's not going your way. The important thing is to get as much of your liability back into your bank. 102 dangerous attacks for Las Glints. So do lay that, get out of that draw. Well done to Leon. What a brilliant turnaround. 2.8 the favourite. Again, it's a tough match to read. So you have to rely on the in-play stats. And let's see who got that goal for Leon. Cacare. M. Cacare. Never heard of him. Midfielder. Maxence Cacare. There's only one Maxence Cacare, as they sing on the terraces. So brilliant performance from Lyon there. Fantastic. Aston Villa Man U, as you know, I don't know how to play. But if you wanted to take on Man U, by all means do. They've got both teams to score record. Sometimes, is this an equaliser for Las Glints? I was tempted to get involved by laying over 3.5 goals. Back Las Glints +1. But the difference between the 3.5 goals and the +1 is not big enough for me to make big gains as I would like. So if you wanted that possibility of that equaliser, you'd have to be heading to the match odds market. And if you wanted to limit your liability, well, maybe not look for the Las Glints win. That's asking a bit too much of them. But that's another lay the draw. And Sevilla have scored first against Atletico Madrid. That could be a possible angle in. They're having a woeful season, Sevilla. So I would look on that with interest. What did my research say? Only 4 wins all season for Sevilla, so they look instantly gettable, don't they? We do have Champions League for Atleti, but it's not this week. They beat Rayo Vallecano latest, but let's face it, my Sunday League side could beat Rayo Vallecano. Mallorca just beat Rayo Vallecano, so that form is not compelling at all. No win in 8 at home for Sevilla. They've conceded in the last 9. Both teams have scored in the last 4. 7 losses and a 1-1 against the top 7. 3 wins and a 1-1 for Real Madrid. V Real Madrid for Atleti. 3 losses, a win and a draw away recently. So they've been a pretty poor form, but 100% wins against 11th and lower. They do play in the Champions League on the 20th of February. Yeah, I wasn't sure why they were odds on. This isn't a derby. So I was a bit concerned with that. But it looks a possible angle in. I will just give Atleti some breathing space here. They got a 1-0 loss against Atletico Bilbao. That was in the Copa del Rey. A good result against Real Madrid, 1-1. And that 2-1 win against Rayo Vallecano, which Sevilla also beat recently. 1-1 against Osasuna. A real lack of goals from Sevilla recently. 1-0. 1-2. Scoring 2 goals against Rayo Vallecano is not impressive. So I think we've got a possibility of a play here. So I'm going to have a look at this one. If you wanted to start drip laying Austria Klagenfurt, by all means do. You know the drill. £5. 1.19 to win another £5. 1.14 to win another £5. 1.09 to win £11. 1.06 to win £16. You can just leave that now. If we get the goal, we get the goal. If we don't get the goal, you know your maximum loss is going to be something like £40. Sorry, £4. Not £40. So we can leave that. We can head off to Sevilla. I'm a bit suspicious of the odds, I must say. Why are they only 2.05? Why aren't they odds on? That's my only concern here. Laying over 1.5 goals, of course, covers that 1-0. Now hopefully this lot will perform, Atletico Madrid. A lot more reliable no Champions League excuses this week. They're not going to be resting players this week. They'll be resting players next Saturday and Sunday. They'll probably be playing Saturday next week with the Champions League in mind.
This market has been suspended.
All of yesterday's sides are involved in the Champions League on Tuesday or Wednesday. All of today's Sunday sides are involved in the Champions League. And they've got the last Glintz goal. We've got the last Glintz goal. 2-2 against Austria Klagenfurt. Did any of my plays got matched? Let's check that out. I just want to check out Atletico Bilbao +1. I like that. It's suspiciously high again. So we've had those kind of days where we're just not getting rock hard plays. I think Coventry was probably the strongest play of the day with their second half scoring record. I don't like what I'm seeing with the market here. But let's have a look at last Glintz. How much of my plays got matched? How much got matched? Let's have a look. Yet again, just a couple of quid. So again, this is another example to you. You either do drip laying or you lay at short odds with a bigger stake. That way you'll make more of a return if we get the goal that we need. But I'm quite happy with the risk reward here. It's about 4.5 to 1. Which is pretty decent, and it's all relative to the amount that you've staked. So that may not look like much, but if that was 20 quid, that would be 90 quid. So it's all relative, isn't it? So delighted with that, but please remember you've got a 24-second delay to cash out. So make up your mind and cash out straight away. You don't want to be stuck with an Austrian Klagenfurt winner. Excellent stuff from Last Glintz. Thoroughly deserved as well. So there we go. That's an okay return. It's just adding a bit more to the bank, isn't it? If you think of these amounts as a percentage of 100. Really impressed with Atletico Madrid when they played Real. They did not give up. Yeah, but that was a local derby, so they're always going to be up for that. Bosun. I just hope they're up for it today against Sevilla, but I'm a little suspicious of the market. 2 evens only against a side with only how many wins all season? Only 4 wins all season, yet your opponent is evens. Doesn't compute to me, Bosun. So I've got a little bit of suspicion here that something is up. Let's have a look at the team news perhaps. Where are we? Spain. So Romero. Let's have a look at the lineups. We've got Morata. Middle name offside. Alvaro offside again. Morata. Antoine. Got rid of my beautiful ponytail Griezmann. Llorente. Lindsay de Paul, Koke, Barrios, Lino, Hermosa, Axel Witsel. What's he doing centre back? Huh? What on earth is he doing centre back? Axel Witsel? Is that the reason why they're a bit short? Are they a bit short at the back? Axel Witsel, centre back. Huh? Oh, black in goal. So that's very weird. Let's have a look at the injury list. Aspil Zuqueta. Lamar from Kajagoogoo, Jimenez, Niguez and Vitolo. So these are probably first teamers. On the bench, Memphis Depay, Riquelme. So I like the team. I'm just a bit concerned that they might be defensively barren at the back because Axel Witsel should not be centre back. And we've got Sergio Ramos, of course, playing for Sevilla. Brilliant fighter. I wouldn't be surprised if he scored the goal. What a star he is. Well, Romero got the goal, yeah. So you'll get some fight when Ramos is in the side, particularly against the Madrid side. So I'll be prepared for a loss here, but I'm going with my seasonal stats. And again, if you've got the deep dive spreadsheet, you can check this out yourself. Let's get the deep dive up. Atletico Madrid, we don't actually have anything for them. Yes, we do. 11 out of 16 goals scored at home have come second half for Sevilla. So having broken through in the first half, they'll be absolutely delighted with that. AC Milan and Napoli coming up at 7:45 is a derby style match. Barcelona and Granada, no draw in 12 at home for Barca. So any 0-0 take on. They tend to score a lot of goals second half, Barca as well. Granada, likely to be one of those niggling sides, aren't they, Granada? Desperate need for points. Desperate need. So they're going to be putting up 10-man defence. See whether Lewandowski will break through. There's rumours that old Sparkly Teeth is heading off to Barcelona. Probably because they've got very good dentists in Spain. So we'll see whether old Sparkly will turn up there after his Liverpool days are over. Fenerbahce, bitterly disappointing. But you could have cashed out with that £12. So please remember that in the future. Anytime you can cash out, it doesn't matter what happens after that. Okay? So please think about that, cashing out. It'll just give you peace of mind. I do like what I'm seeing from Aston Villa. Good reaction. 5 shots on 8 corners. Might take a risk, but you've always got that worry of that second goal for Man United, particularly with Garnacho and Højlund starting to score again. 5 shots on target, 2 of them second half, only the one for Man United. Don't forget there is a both teams to score angle for both of these two sides, but it's very, very difficult, isn't it? 2-2 might be an angle. 2-2 will involve the very next team to score. So I can show you that in simulation. So let's have a look. 2-2 will get involved with the next team to score. And then the next team to score after that, you'll still be alive. Has something just happened? I think something's just happened. Is that an Aston Villa equaliser? Indeed it is. We were following the stats. If you followed the stats, you would have been with that Aston Villa equaliser. But 5 shots on 9 off 10 corners. Really good stats, aren't they? Man United did all of their work first half. We had that both teams to score angle for both teams. That's why that 2-2 would have been so appealing to me. Because now it's alive. 2-2 is alive with both teams scoring. 2-2 is also alive with the next team to score as well. So that would have been a really nice trading angle, that 2-2. Particularly given Man United's recent scorelines. If you look at them. I'd love to be watching this. 3-4, 2-4, 2-2. 3 out of the last 4 matches. Looks like a good reaction from Atletico Madrid. 4 shots off target. Fenerbahce might want to drip lay the late draw here. This is very sloppy for the 1.2 favourites today. But they've only really not scored that 3 goals in quite a while. Alanya fighting for their lives, of course, in 15th place. So when you get a surprise result like this, there's always a reason. So let's have a look. Live standings. Alanya, how important is this for them? Well, the relegation threatened sides are on 26. They've got a point, brings them from 27 up to 28. Just a little bit of a buffer. Get a win. Zoom, they're up to. They'll be up to 30. Fenerbahce, though, with a win, we go equal top with Galatasaray. Bitterly disappointing performance from them. If you wanted to lay the late draw, you know what to do. The old drip lay. I was just about to head to the 2-2 here. What a pity, eh? Oh, and it's gone now. The value's gone. 9.4. It's going to be far, far higher earlier on. All the way up to 25s. Look at the way it's dropped. So be creative in your trading. Remember, trading is the anticipation of a future odds movement, regardless of which market it's in. If you can anticipate the odds movement, be it going up or going down, you will profit as a trader. 2-2 would have been an excellent ploy there. And as you can see, I just didn't get there in time. Real pity. Fenerbahce, if you wanted to check this one out late, they've got to really get the win to go joint top. 1.14. So you could start drip laying at 1.14 and lower. So this is what you do. 1.12, fiver, 1.09, 11 quid, and 1.06, 16 pounds. So it's very limited liability. So I do hope that the telegram has got out at that 1-1 to 2-1 when I laid the draw. I just hope they had the nous to do that. So you've got your drip lays in. I don't know what the 4 point... Oh, that's already there, isn't it? So the drip lays are all in. 1.06 is on its way. Unmatched, yeah. 1.06 is unmatched. So you'll see that getting matched soon. That will zoom up the profits. This is a very disappointing performance, but you've got to respect Alanya. Desperate need for points. Don't forget that at this stage of the season. As I said to you, double figure sides like this. Ring fence them. 15th in the league as well. So it's a very suspicious odds, as I say, Atletico Madrid. You've got to be a little careful. Don't automatically jump in as I have done wrongly, or potentially wrongly.
This market has been suspended.
That's probably the end of the match, isn't it? Or are we lucky enough to get a winner? End of the match. Didn't even get the 1.06 matched. So it's a real pity with Fenerbahce there. But if you laid the draw at that 1-1 to 2-1, that was your cash out there. So that would have produced a decent return. That was all you're after, the odds movement, weren't you? You're not after the final result, you're after the odds movement. Slavia Prague having a hell of a match with Jablonek. It's a bit of a Chuckle Brothers one, this one. It's to me, to you, to me, to you, to me. Are they layable? Second half. Already 2 goals Jablonek have scored. Don't forget, this lot coming off the back of a winter break. So it'll be a short odds lay if you fancied it. We've got some title contenders coming up in the Greek Super League, but they're meeting each other. Derby style match. So it's going to be very hard for us to unpack. And one of my favourite teams ever. All hail to the Ale. Hapoel Beersheva. Been a quite brilliant trading side for us. It's just stand out this season. 0-0 at half time, scoring 2 goals. 0-0 at half time, winning 2-1. 0-0 at half time, winning 1-0. 0-0 at half time, winning 1-0. 0-0 at half time, winning 2-0. And when they're away from home, they have tended to score 4+ goals. Brilliant side. Brilliant side. All hail to the Ale. Sporting Lisbon and Braga are about to kick off as well. Just watch out. Do these two have any European club competitions up and coming? 4 minutes to go to lay Man United, says Robert. Douglas Luiz, says Ashley. That must be the Aston Villa scorer. Sporting and Braga, let's just have a look, see if these lot are involved in Europe, as we have to do in these kind of weekends. And I'll show you a little trick if you wanted. It looks like it's raining in Pork and Cheese today. Young boys on the 15th of February for Sporting Lisbon. You saw it earlier on with Ajax, as Ashley rightly pointed out. So don't take Sporting Lisbon to heart today. Sporting Braga in a Europa League against Karabag, who got that 3-3 earlier on today at odds-on favourite. So how about that for another curse of the European club competition? So both of these sides are involved in European club competition later on this week, making this match a bit of a banana skin. So just be very careful. I would be favouring Sporting on their season this season. They've been exceptional at short odds, but this is a unique weekend. Genoa are looking quite good against an Atalanta who haven't won. Let me see if I can remember this. Against 9th to 14th away from home. A quite outstandingly head-scratching stat. Let's have a look. No defeat in 8 and in 7 at home for Genoa, which is quite good. And their in-play stats are looking good. Only 1 win home and away though against the top 8. Excellent recent form for Atalanta. 6 wins, a loss and a draw. But away from home, draw, loss, loss, draw recently. And they have lost away to 6th to 14th. They're playing 11th today. What on earth is going on with that? Now they've taken the lead. Are they gettable? Asteros Tripolis are leading against Lamia in the Super League and they've been red carded. I don't know if I could trust Lamia. You saw Kafisias earlier on not taking advantage of the red card at all. So well done to Las Glintz, late equaliser. Could have done with more of that getting matched. Raikid, job done. The mighty Hoff, all hail to the Hoff. 0-0 after 77 minutes. This is typical of the Hoff. Do we lay the draw? I don't know. Will Aston Villa score a second? This is why that 2-2 would have been so effective. If you got there before me, well done. Because it will capture the next team to score. Aston Villa look to really take an advantage. This is what I'm saying about Man United. Totally unreadable. I don't know which Man U turns up today. Very tight match. Both teams to score was an obvious angle today. But when you've got both teams to score, is it going to be a 1-0 to 1-1? Or is it going to be 1-0 to 2-0 to 2-1? We just don't know. Slack Rocklaw have conceded first against Pogon. This is top of the league. Slack Rocklaw, 77th minute. And Köln have scored first against the mighty Hoff. This is Köln with only 2 wins all season. Don't forget the Hoff are on a run of 2 consecutive score draws as well. Both teams have scored in the last 9 home matches for the mighty Hoff. Now, am I going to blow my wad? All hail to the ale. Hapoel Beersheva have already scored against Maccabi Netanya. Though it's a pity because they're a brilliant side to come back from behind. Brilliant side when there's a 0-0 at half time. Only 3 wins all season for FC Köln. Now, I'm going to be pretend I've got a head injury and start to trust the Hoff now. I know I'm asking for big, big trouble. So let's have a look at this. Köln, well, the Hoff do score draws, but as you know, and as Bosun knows very well, they're totally and utterly unreliable. I'm going to do my famous lose money in the last 10 minutes of a match, as you saw with Ream earlier on. But I'm hoping that Köln don't have that second goal in them. Laying over 1.5 goals. Now I'll show you your option, which will be the match odds. just clean up the in-play guru. And Atalanta have taken the lead again, 1-2. So a very strange match. Can they hold on to the lead against 5th to 14th for the first time this season? I think the trading angle it was in taking on that 0-1 lead for Atalanta. I think that would have been the trading angle. I'm not sure if Genoa can do it doubly now. We will soon find out. So all hail to the Ale, alas, have scored first. A real pity. Brilliant trading side. Hoff and Köln were just waiting and hoping for a possibility of an equaliser from Hoffenheim, as long as they don't concede that second goal. But they are the Hoff. They are highly likely to cock things up and lose you a lot of money. Aston Villa thoroughly deserved that equaliser against Man U, and as you saw, I was heading off to that 2-2 to get myself a kind of a trading angle. I didn't get there in time, alas. Just the shots, the stats they were showing were pretty good. Very equal match though, corners wise, shots off target wise. The only difference is the shots on target. Second half belonging really to Aston Villa. So a very interesting match. I'd have loved to have watched this one. Fascinating tactical match. But whenever you've got Garnacho and Højlund together, there's always a possibility that each player will score a goal each. So we will see. Aston Villa likely to overreact to that 1-3 loss away at home to Newcastle by being more defensively stout today. A typical match. self-belief. Absolutely superb here. This is not going down quickly enough. I want to take a bit more out of the market. But I think I'll have to, because this is the Hoff, I'm going to have to bail out. Absolutely delighted with that. Lovely. So happy with that. That's helped my betting bank out no end. After the Ajax debacle and that Ream, which for me was a poorly planned, poorly executed one, that one, because it could have gone match odds. Well done to the Hoff. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Who have I got to stick on my Christmas card list here? Let's have a look. Kramaric, the old boy, 32 years old. Andrej Kramaric. He's going on my Christmas card list. Fantastic performance. Well done to the Hoff. And this is the importance of doing research. If you can build up a case. Only 3 wins. Okay, fair enough. Only 3 wins. Both teams have scored in the last 9 at home. Okay. Why don't you take Köln on? Why not? Fantastic. Love a bit of the old Hoff. Fantastic. Aston Villa Man U. Good performance from Man United, considering that the second half pretty much belonged to Aston Villa, didn't it? And I wonder who scored. Is it the Garnacho Højlund show? Well, Højlund, Scott McTominay, he was on the bench. He delivers for Scotland. He delivers for Man United. Brilliant, brilliant player. Absolute star.
This market has been suspended.
That's probably the Hoff losing 1-2 now, no doubt. It's a half-time for Sevilla and Atletico Madrid. Well done to the Hoff. Brilliant. I'm so happy with that. That got me some money back. I needed it, I tell you, after that ridiculous Ream play of mine earlier on. Scott McTominay has maybe pulled Man United out of the fire. I think Aston Villa, this is slightly worrying for them. Their sides of sussing them out now, and they're stopping them from scoring 2 goals. Or are they missing key players? Let's have a look. Buendia, Duran, Konza, Tyrone Mings. From an attacking perspective, Ollie Watkins, McGinn, Bailey and Ramsey. Something has gone wrong. Where's the 2 goals for Aston Villa that we used to see on a regular basis? Nowhere. So an excellent win for Manchester United. Continues what is an excellent run in all competitions for Erik ten Hag. Has he sussed them out? You can have a look now at the live standings and see the importance of that for Manchester United. Moves them up to 6th place, but they've still got a long way to catch. But this was a vital match. They had to take points off their near rival, points wise, Aston Villa, to shorten the gap between them and the top 5. Had to take points off them today. It was vital. So good display from Man United. Possibility of Europa League place, which is what Dick Emery will be looking for, because he's a Europa League specialist. Champions League is within their grasp as well, if they can just get a few more wins. But they're a long way away, aren't they? But brilliant result for Manchester United today. Superb. I might have wrap this up soon. I was delighted with the Hoffenheim play. Just waiting for Atletico Madrid really to get going. 2 shots on 5 off on a corner. It's still very ineffectual, isn't it? Bosun was impressed with the performance against Real Madrid, but as I say, put that into context, it's a derby. If you don't perform against your Madrid rivals, you're going to be slaughtered by the supporters. Simple as that. We've got that drip lay in for the league leaders Slack Rocklaw. So we can just leave that match alone. If they get an equaliser late on, we will profit. So let's have a look at Slack. I think I put this in here. Or was it in simulation mode? I'm not sure. No, it must have been simulation mode. But when they're first in the league, the only thing you've got to worry about is coming off the back of the winter break. Because there's going to be some ring rustiness. All of this lot have done is playing friendlies of late. So you could drip lay them now, certainly at 1.14 and lower. And I'll take you through that. Repetition, the mother of skill. 1.13. What's your next? 1.09. Up that to 11 quid. Just in case in case the league leaders get a positive result. And this will be 16, and off we go. You can leave that now. The maximum loss is going to be something stupid like £2.20 or something. So nothing to worry about at all. Great result for Man United, great result for the Hoff. I wonder if Atletico Madrid have a goal in them today. The market was very weird earlier on. Charleroi, well, it's half time. You'll have to look at that because Anderlecht is second in the league. But whenever you see an underperformance like this, this weekend, heading off to Belgium, have a quick look. Are they involved in Europe? Looks like they're leading, Sporting Charleroi. Oh, of course they are, yes. But Charleroi's in-play stats are excellent. Anderlecht not involved in European club competition. Now I want to show you a little technique if you wanted to get some really good football research. So let's see if I can do that for you. So let's go, for example, one of the matches I've researched that's covered here. No, it's not covered here. I might have to show you this on another day. It's an excellent technique, but looks as if I'll have to do it. It's using AI to give you an angle in, particularly in matches that I've done some research on. Well, I'll show you it quickly. So we'll go to Chat GPT, OpenAI. And what you can do here, log in to start with. Verifying I'm a human. So you've got two websites here. So we're going to be looking, let's say, at the Barcelona match later on. Okay, we're going to preview that. We're going to look at Barcelona. Now, this is something you can do yourself to get a potential angle in for a bit of fun. So the first thing to do is I'm going to get my research up. If I can copy this. So we copy this into ChatGPT. Might take a few seconds to verify I'm a human. Okay. Right, continue with Google. So this will give you a really in-depth look at a football match. So put my research in here. Okay, space. Go here to uk.soccerway.com. Copy all of this text.
This market has been suspended.
Put this into ChatGPT. Give that a few more spaces. Go to Soccer 24 and their preview, which is completely different. and then copy this. I had a script here in my notepad. Turn all of this information into an informative preview of the match. In the conclusion, state the possible winner and correct score and any other betting angles that come from the information provided. Make sure you make this into an original article. Provide a list of key stats in the conclusion. Okay, so put a gap there, paste, and let the AI work it all out for you. What it will do, it will take my research, which is statistics, it will take the research of the other sides, and here's what it will say. Barcelona is set to host Granada in an enticing La Liga encounter on the 21st, with Barcelona aiming to close the gap on league leaders Real Madrid, and Granada desperate for points to avoid relegation. Promises blah blah blah. Recent form, Barcelona showcased their prowess with 5 wins and a lone defeat in the last 6. Notably, they've been relentless at home, boasting a perfect record with no draws in 12 matches and scoring in the last 22 consecutive home fixtures. Granada, on the other hand, find themselves precarious with only 2 wins this season. String of 7 consecutive away defeats, face an uphill battle. Struggles are further exemplified by their inability to score in 3 of the last 4 matches, conceding in the last 11 away. So you go down to the conclusions. Key players as well. We've got Robert Lewandowski, Ferran Torres. So if you wanted a correct score play, that could lead you in that direction. 9 goals for Lewandowski. Torres is computed with 7 goals. Granada's primary threat is Murto Uzuni. So again, if you've got a correct score or an anytime goal scorer, but Barcelona's home dominance and Granada's away struggles paint a clear picture of the likely outcome. Key stats, here we go. Barcelona appears poised to emerge victorious with a predicted scoreline of 2-0. That might fit in. Granada are desperate need of points, of course. Key stats, Barcelona 5 wins and 1-0 lost in the last 6. Only 2 wins all season for Granada, with 7 consecutive away defeats. Barcelona are unbeaten in 12, scoring in the last 22. Granada failed to score in 3 of the last 4. Barcelona are unbeaten in the last 4 La Liga. I think 2-0 does fit in with Barcelona not really running teams over. They might get a 0-0 at half time as well. So if it's 0-0 at half time, they would be looking at the possibility of just a couple of goals to land them the spoils. I've done this with a few other matches as well. Sheffield United has won in the last 3 home meetings with Aston Villa, blah blah blah. So do try this out yourself if you fancy it. Thank you very much, Bosun. Yeah, we're going to have to go and see the Hoff soon, Bosun, I think. Pay homage. Magnificent. Don't forget Slavia Prague Jablonec, if that remains 3-3, coming to the end of the match at 1.25 odds and lower. You might want to entertain a lay the draw there. PAOK AK Athens, it's a tough one to call. It's a top 3 clash. Don't know how to call that one at all. But the winner could really point towards the title winner, couldn't it? Must take points, AAK Athens. Must take points off PAOK. So thank you very much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed this live stream. I'll be doing more of these. Thanks very much for coming along. And I'll see you again very soon if I can find a way of stopping the live stream. Have a great evening.